day, walking in circles, haunted by memories. I push on this wheel. I pray to Klam, grant me revenge, and help me to answer the riddle of steel. A shy little boy, I couldn't protect them, helpless and timid, as weak as a girl. They butchered my people, the dogs ate my father, my mother beheaded, they took my whole world. Come, where is the wizard who killed my mother? Still, I can recall his terrible gaze. Crom, where are the two snakes facing each other? Crom, if you're my god, then show me the way. I'm on the path, chopping up bodies, hacking and slicing, and look at me now. With loyal friends joining my party, each step I take, I'm fulfilling my vow. Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women. Hear the lamentation of the women. Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women. Hear the lamentation of the women. Come, show me the wizard who killed my mother. True, I've never prayed to you before. Still, what would I give if you could help me see this through? And if you do not listen, then the hell with you. Come, where are the two snakes facing each other? Come, if you're my god, then show me the way. I swear this wizard will fall, cause this has begun, they murdered them all. I'm the last one, I issued the call, revenge for my mom, I pray to you. Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women.
Hello, Kaloo, how are we all doing today? My name is Notepad Anon, and the Rothschild conspiracy against me today has gone quite well. I woke up this morning with I couldn't move because my back hurt so much. Managed to get out of bed, and I'm like, alright, let's do it. Took a few, got ready, went to my regular coffee joint to get a coffee, and 5 hipsters showed in there before me, and they all wanted to talk to one another. Not do anything. So I had to go to another place to get my coffee. So it's been a little delayed, but hello. Hopefully we're all having a good day today. Kaloo. Today we're going to go over a very special set of games. Because at the end of the day, there's a few things people like more in life than being cool and stabbing dudes. Just stabbing a lot of dudes. There is a very particular subgenre of games which you can kind of call HEMA games. Now, some of you may not know, what is HEMA? HEMA is, well, not a Dutch variety chain store. HEMA is historical European martial arts, otherwise known as sword autism, or sword LARPers, who want to pretend their LARP is actually real. There is a lot of historic fencing stuff. HEMA is a fairly big, I guess you would call it subculture at this point. A lot of these guys are, they get swords, sometimes wooden swords, sometimes they actually do it with real swords, but with a lot of padding and stuff, obviously. and they go at each other. They beat the shit out of one another, and they are using these old, historical, martial arts documents. When we think martial arts is, still have not recovered from my back, so give me a moment. We think, martial arts being, like, I'm going to use my flying dragon nightmare kick to blow your balls off. No. These were based off these old fencing manuals. You might have seen these. You might have seen just a couple of goofy ones, but these were effectively manuals people use for martial arts, the ability to fight. And what they do is they replicate it. Now, there's quite a few different ones. There's different clubs of different varieties. Some are a little bit more formal, like this one. You might actually even see fencing clubs proper. You might see, kind of these fencing. Right up. You might see like these fencing clubs, for example. You might see those around there, and they are effectively doing the exact same thing. They fence with one another with the intent of trying to kill one another. You might also see a little bit more, dramatic ones called night fights, otherwise known as guys literally getting together and beating the fuck out of one another in a in the fucking Thunderdome. Yeah, this is actually another fairly large subculture, you could say. These guys get in full armor and they beat the fuck out of one another. There's quite a few different varieties of these, kind of hobbies, you could say. But generally speaking, the basic premise is that people really enjoy beating the crap out of one another. But you may be thinking, Notepad Anon isn't the most popular game of all time. D&D? Isn't this about swordsmen doing swords things and beating the shit out of one another? Oh, well, of course. But as people will be very quick to point out for you, very quick, you cannot half sword in D&D, and in some games that let you half sword, it is literally just a +2 modifier or something like that. They said no, we want to go deeper. We want full HEMA. I want to half sword, Mordhau, double helix, fucking take your balls off, because that's what I do in my free time with my own sword. Anytime you hear Shadversity bitch and moan about tabletop role-playing games between his AI art, which is funny by itself, this is usually what he's trying to promote in D&D, is, hey, we should do half sorting, and we should, we should, be learning how to do this in D&D and things like that. But there is a game that does let you do this, quite actively, in fact. Yes, Shad will occasionally bitch about tabletop games. Not as much anymore, because people obviously called him, that's fucking stupid, stop that. He was the one who infamously said, oh, it's ridiculous that we're in 5-foot boxes anytime we're moving around, and then proceeded, when he made an attack, stepped into the other box. That his unfinished D6 dice pool doesn't really do anything in depth with the HEMA stuff. Yeah, because it's hard. It's very difficult. And we're going to learn that every single one of these HEMA games that came out, there's 3 of them we're going to go over today, and we're going to go in sequential order. All of them are a little bit weird and have issues. But they're interesting issues. They're things that we look at and we're like, this is cool. This is a fascinating thing that we need to comment on. Ow. And it's fun to, for his real life. True. Getting fucking yelled at on my phone. Hey, Notepad, do you know you're streaming? Notepad, do you know you're streaming? Yes, phone, I do know I'm streaming. Well, That does, Draco, kind of says it. The first game we're going to go over today. One that started everything. Welcome to the Riddle of Steel. Now, this one's a little bit interesting. We're going to talk about the Riddle of Steel here. Now, you may be looking at this, wow, this looks like shit. And you may also be thinking, wait, Notepad, what's that in the corner here? What's this? Right over here. It might be a little difficult to see, though. What's this on the far left or the far right, even? This is a scan, like a full-on scan of the book. It's a decent scan, I'll give it that, but not a perfect one. Because this game doesn't have a PDF at all. That's an important thing to note. There's no PDF to this game, nor will there ever be a PDF to this game, for a variety of reasons. So, so let's start from the top here. Let's start with, what is this game? Well, this is the one that kind of started it all. This is the Riddle of Steel, role-playing with an edge, and it's entirely by this guy, Jacob Norwood. Now, who is Jacob Norwood? You may be wondering, who in the fuck is this dude? Now, Jacob Norwood is actually kind of an interesting duck. You may be looking at this. This is Jake Norwood. This is him right here. This is who he is. If he looks a little off-putting, well, to give you an idea, Jake is Jake is popular, and he is a HEMA guy. This is his big thing. At one point, he was the 7th best longsword fighter in the world. HEMA ratings. He was at one point the number 4 saber duelist of all time. And you kind of see here, January 2018, this guy is a full-on HEMA autist. This is his thing. This is his, entity that he deals with. You see right here, HEMA United, HEMA, various things. Jake Norwood is actually, or was, on the board, effectively. Yeah, this guy was... Here a little bit. This guy was effectively on the top of the HEMA, the HEMA world. He was, I believe, the president, or at least if he wasn't the president, he was the, this is him right here. He's a cybersecurity delivery executive for Booz Hamilton. Let me see. So officer, head Polish instructor. He was an officer, defense security guy. And how do I know that this is him? Very simply, president and board member of the HEMA Alliance. Yes, founding member and president from 2009 to 2012. Historical European martial arts. This guy is effectively top of the HEMA world in a certain capacity. The HEMA Alliance being the pretty much the largest one that I know of. Right here, you kind of see how big this one. He was effectively the president of it. Yeah, so just a little bit. Let's see, who's on the governing council? The vice president. This is the current president of the governing council. Doesn't seem that he's there anymore, but, or the board of directors, doesn't seem like he's on here anymore, but for a while he obviously was president and board member of HEMA Alliance. Interesting to note, though, that's one of his big thing was Driftwood Publishing. Now, if you go to like Abe, it's like, oh, Abe Books, you can buy it here. You can't, because it's $194. Okay. What about anything else? Well, Driftwood Publishing was actually purchased in 2004. This is one thing I did find out, by Empire Games. I was like, huh? That doesn't make any sense. You know, who? Jake Norwood, he effectively sold it 2 years. He sold his entire company 2 years after getting the game out, leaving it all to this guy, Brian Layburn. Now, Brian Layburn we actually have seen him. I actually asked a question about him. This is Brian. He done a game called Sapiens RPG. Is this the same guy? I think so. They would be the same age. They're the same everything. I have no idea what occurred after that, though. This is entirely his thing. I don't know what occurred after. It gets a little bit shaky there. And that was really it. So it's like, okay, who's George Thompson? George Thompson, Empire Games. Can we find anything about him? No. He is a complete fucking non-entity. Because it's just by a company called Empire Games. There was no other, understanding of who did it, who's Empire Games. There's a few things which they might be. You go to Empire Games, it might be this company. It might not be. It's really hard to tell because this wouldn't make any sense. This seems to be just a company. Just like a fucking hobby store. Yeah, there's no good... Yeah. That's why things are a little bit complicated, because historically speaking, it is almost impossible to get a copy of Riddle of Steel. They sold the game immediately in 2002. And in 2002 it came out with a few supplements, and then gone. And you're like, wonder what, why can't I get hold of it? It's had historical issues with getting books to people. So I thought about it and I'm like, okay, let's go to the website. The website has to still be around, right? No. Let's go back to the Wayback Machine. Oh, getting a lot of comments. Oh, no, we are not singing Bohemian Rhapsody in chat, god damn you. Kogint is completely finished, has a license and everything. What? No, it's not. I refuse. That's called interesting. I thought it was work in progress. End thy enemy rightly. Shoot him. Let's see. Is the modern equivalent of the Renowned Knight writing a treatise on combat? Effectively. So, if we do let's go to riddleofsteel.com. Generally speaking, I found the earliest depiction of it back in about. Let's see if I can remember. I wrote it down and I proceeded to lose it. So this is back in 2006. Oh, that one's dead. Yeah, so this is the actual old website. As you can see, this is back in 2006, mind you. So let's zoom forward to 2007. So we're still good. Let's zoom forward to 2007. Okay, we're still good in 2007. Let's zoom forward to 2008. Still good in 2008. Let's go to 2009. Nope. Okay, it dies in 2009. So it's free piece of software that'll help. Online ordering is disabled. Yeah, there was a couple issues. So, but if you really go to it, you see the forums, the games and downloads section, news of the market, and about us. So this is the community. You want to go to the forums? The Riddle of Steel discussion forum was hosted on The Forge. Yeah, The Forge. Riddle of Steel fan fiction pieces. Drifting with Fellowship Wanderer. Submit something to the website. Yeah, so technically things were hosted on The Forge or on indiegames.com effectively. you can do that if you want, or you can make all their new forum posts on here with a sick flaming sword as well. You know we're doing pretty cool. The Blade Singers, the White Stag's Inn, hoo hoo hoo. It was not super popular, relatively speaking. We're not dealing with hundreds of thousands of different things, but they also had award-winning game support. The missing page of the Flower Battle Supplement, the official downloadable dice roller, the new character sheet PDF, the damage table widget, including a full character sheet, the full Riddle of Steel character creator, created by Brian Layburn again. I see there's a little bit of things there. A Corporate Newbright to install and occasionally to use this program, so don't bother downloading it unless you own the book. Yeah, you can download a character creator. Oh yeah, we're gaming. Yeah. So you're like, oh, what's the index? Or like, what's the buy the book? You wanted to buy the book, you actually had to buy it through them. It was $35. You want to buy the Of Beasts and Men, the first official supplement? That was $25. Because if you notice, you could buy this as a PDF. You couldn't buy, the Riddle of Steel as a PDF. You had to buy it physical. The Ultimate Martial Arts Supplement, $18. The Riddle of Steel Companion Piece, which pretty much makes the game a lot easier to play. You can also buy that as a PDF. Or you can buy a shirt. And it's happening. Yeah. Well, the Riddle of Steel is kind of a relic of a different time. And the comment of, the Riddle of Steel is a modern equivalent of renowned knight writing a treatise on combat. It is. But you gotta remember, everything after that was after Jake Norwood sold the entire game. Sold the entire company and everything in it to Empire Games. If you notice, they didn't really talk about Empire Games at all, because I don't know what happened there. But if you wanted to get certain things, if you wanted to get, any Riddle of Steel things, there's a good chance you probably never did. There is the Fae and the Sorcery and the Fae. There we go. This is the book that never came out. There's a book called Sorcery and the Fae, which never actually came out to exist, and it is still coming. Don't worry, guys. People actually bought this book, and it just never came out. I thought that was very amusing. But that is, at its most core, that's kind of the main person behind it. That's Norwood, and that's kind of the basic story of the Riddle of Steel. Just an incredibly popular game that came out and then immediately stopped. Yeah, various historical artwork, layout, everything was done by Norwood. Everything here. But yeah, that's, approved by the Association of Renaissance Martial Arts, the ARMA, the ARMA.org. Yes, this is I wonder if ARMA's still around. In case you were wondering, yes, this book is approved by ARMA. In case you ever want to get approved. If you ever want to get approved by it, it's very important that you get your ARMA approval. It's the only game that has been ARMA approved, by the way, that we're going to be going over today. So, let's get into it. Obviously, we need someone to help us out. So, I brought in one man who I think is going to be the most appropriate creature available. The most fun part of any Riddle of Steel combat is reenacting it with your friends afterwards. Yeah, pretty much. So, I wanted to create a character for all of these games to be the exact same character. Because I thought that was amusingly appropriate. So I created Sweared Boardsman. It does have lore. It does have quite extensive lore. Wyleth, it does actually have a lot of lore. We'll see the degradation of lore throughout these three. But yeah, I wanted to create a character. Originally, I was going to be like, I want to make Conan. I want to make a naked barbarian man with a giant sword. But then I thought about it a bit. I'm like, no, I want to make the most boring man possible. I want to make average man. And that's what I set out to do. I want to create average man with sword and board. Every single thing I did in this game was for the creation and the sole benefit of man with sword and board. And some of these turned out a lot better than others. Sword Boardsman, as you can see, is a fairly average character. He's not too exciting. He's from Helena, and we'll learn about Helena a little bit. But as you can kind of see, it seems a lot different than as you can see, there's actually two pages. This is the back page. This is the front page. Yeah. Of course, we have our temporal attributes and everything here. Now, we're going to go through this, and we're going to do our very best to learn about it. Now, I want you all to remember that I have a cup of D10s. The cup of D10s will be very important for me. Because we're going to need quite a bit of dice. Now, we go into a basic explanation of how the game is. What is an RPG? What kind of RPG is Riddle of Steel? But at the basic idea of what this game is this is a D10 dice pool where you need to roll over your attribute. Whatever you are rolling, actually I believe it's target number is based on the difficulty of task at hand. Effectively, you need to roll over your attribute. You need to roll over a target number with a number of dice equal to your attribute. So, for example, let's say I need to make an agility test. Oh no. I need to make an agility test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to take my 6d10, and let's say it's going to be, the difficulty is going to be average. So 6 beat 6. I scored 1, 2, 3 successes with a 6, 6, 8. Yep, that'd be 3 successes. Normally you only need... You won't hear that a lot, by the way, today. Normally you only need 1 success to really do anything, but the target numbers are a little bit difficult. You may be saying, hey, how can we roll a 16 or a heroic or anything like this? Effectively, what can happen is that you can stack a die. So if you stack a die, what happens is if you roll a 10, you re-roll that die, and you get whatever the roll result was at the end of it. Effectively, to roll a 20, you need to roll 10 twice on a single die. It's a 1 in 100 chance to roll a 20 to get 1 success. To get anything else, so generally speaking, most of your difficulties are going to be in this category. Generally things might make it easier, things might make it harder, but that is the most basic of what you're trying to do. Everything is degree of success. The number of successes you get are going to be very determined by this. Now, you may be wondering, okay, how many successes do I need to succeed at something? Do I need to get multiple successes? Do I need to get what? No. Most attribute tests or most skill tests or anything, you need 1 success. That's all you need. You need 1 success. And that's it. Very simple game. Guys, A10. Generally speaking, Stalinish Knights, skill test. The skill rating is your actual target number for this. So you see of our very basic skills here. If our boy needs to make a first aid check, he has to roll above a 6. To actually score it, he would use his mental aptitude to roll above a 6. Obviously, he's not very good at this. So he'd only roll 2d10. He would roll, oh, I've got double 10s. So I rolled a 16 and a 17 on this, and I would have pretty handily succeeded. Good job me, I did it. I've got 2 successes. Can I get more successes? No, unless I get some more dice, obviously, but that's a lot easier said than done. But for something like Streetwise, I would roll, let's say I need to roll my wit, I would roll 3d6, and I roll jack shit. That is really the most basic of the things. Now, this is where things start getting a little bit weird when you start seeing proficiency tests. That's made from a pool. Rolling a number of dice, the appropriate pool. We'll get to that. This is very important for combat. Now, anytime there's if there's a contested roll, you're both rolling against each other to see who has the most margins of success or failures. I've got 5 successes, you've got 4 successes, I've got 1 success on you, I win. Extended rolls, obviously. Now, hit location. You do need a d6. It's mostly a d10 game, but you need a 1d6 for hit locations. And of course, fumbling to make everything go horribly wrong. Now, we've got a few different attributes. As you can see here, these are split between your temporal, your more physical attributes, and your mental attributes. Now, your temporal are physical. They can change pretty actively. Mental are a little bit more difficult to change, but not impossible to. Now, as you kind of see here, Sword is very physical. He's a very physical person. He's not the smartest in the world when it comes to mental aptitude, but he doesn't need to be smart because he has a sword and he has a shield, and he's going to hit you with his sword and shield. We will see that dumping mental attributes will never be a good idea in these games. Don't do that. It's bad for you. But most of these seem pretty normal. Strength, agility, toughness, endurance. But then you get things like health. Health is very important for healing, but not really for straight combat. You know, mental attributes, wit, which is also very important. You could also replace it with adroit, mental aptitude, social perception, and then you got your spiritual attributes. Now, spiritual attributes are funny. These are things given to you that are important to your, your existence. So, Sword's spiritual attributes are as follows. He's got a drive. I want to hit things with my sword. He has a little bit of luck. He's got passion, a conscience, and a faith. These spiritual attributes are actually how you level up, but you can tap them, you can spend them a little bit to get a bonus. You can use them to get a little, get some extra dice on checks if you're playing to your passions, playing to luck, or whatever you want to do. But those are probably the most important thing for you to do. Passions, spiritual attribute in use. Young Stalners from earlier example loved the maiden he's trying to rescue from a collapsing dungeon. When Essential asks Cameron to test of agility, request this passion of 3 is added to the roll. Grants it, and Cameron now rolls 7 dice. 3 successes. Very good. And then a bunch of derived attributes. Reflex will always be the most important thing in the world. God love reflex. If you want to be an archer man, aim. But most of these, like knock down, knock out, move, very simple stuff when we get there, but all of this is tied to combat in some regard. So, how do we make a character? Well, first we got to decide a character concept. There are a lot of different concepts. Academics, blade singers, please play a blade singer. This is what you're supposed to play. Knights, entertainers, duelists, crusaders, normal fucking people. Then you have your very basic philosophies. Priorities, but priorities. Now, this is the thing that we're gonna see consistently through all these games again. The wonderful world of priorities. So, in In the Riddle of Steel, Riddle of Steel, you have your A, B, C, D, E, and F. These are going to be distributed among pretty much every aspect of your existence. All of these are going to play into how your character actually reacts and how they function. So you cannot have a race and also have A attributes. No, you have to choose A. I want to be an A race, but I can have a B in my attributes, or a C in my proficiency, or C in my skills, or something like that. This is all you end up with. You don't get anything more. You just get A, B, and C. So categories, social. What you have is race and sorcery. Very important with sorcery as well. Social class, attributes, skills, proficiency, and gifts and flaws. Now, if you want to play human, you put F. You want to play anything else, you jack it up, because you can't play other races in this game. Mostly, there are elves, dwarves, and trolls. I believe you can play. Yeah, generally speaking, actually, you can play an elf, a fae, or a halfling. There are others, but those are in the expansion books. Wink. Yeah, mankind preferring their own ethereal sources. Generally speaking, they act exactly the way that you would think. Sometimes dwarves may either be seelie or unseelie. Yes, you can technically play a dwarf in this game. They're called elves, though. Social class. The higher your social class, the more money you end up with. As you kind of see here, priority B, priority D, priority E. Then your attributes. These are the raw number of points you end up with. Generally speaking, you can use all of these points and distribute them freely. So let's say you are a Giga Chad with A. You have 47 points among all of these attributes. So let's do, it would be 47, 47 divided by 10. You can end up with 4.7 in all of these. Yeah, you're always going to have a few stats that are going to suck. That's one thing you have to understand. You're going to have a few that are going to always be bad no matter what you kind of do. Priorities are neat. Priorities are neat. But that's okay to have things. If you have 27, if you have F rank attributes, you are literally a human noodle. We're going to be rolling like 3s for everything. Do not put F rank in your attributes, please. Yeah. Only one of them can actually be high. Only one attribute can be higher. And if it's not the highest one, it's, kind of see here, my highest is strength. Nothing can exceed strength, because that's my attribute. I'm a strong person. Character I may be forced by nationality. They don't talk about this until much later. Absolute, yeah. Well, optional for human characters. I chose to adopt it. I chose a very basic one, though. 5 or 6 spiritual attributes. Very simple stuff. They do talk about things like, oh, Arthurian knights. Oh, do this. Oh, do that. They bring up a lot of different things, not necessarily its own setting. But these are your derived attributes. A lot of averages. Of your agility and your wit. Agility and perception. Strength and agility. Toughness. Strength, agility. Agility is a god stat in this game, by the way. Agility is king. Agility and wit. You want to be a incredibly really good warrior. You jack up your agility, you jack up your wit. If you're really fast and can understand things are going, you will 9 times out of 10 be able to do better than someone who hasn't. That's why I say again, mental stats are a little bit weird. But yes, we are all Dex kings in this world of ours. Now, skills are equally weird. You don't begin with skills necessarily. That's a little bit not correct. What you get is skill packets. These skill packets can either be depending on whatever your SR, your skill rating, and that's your priority. So, for example, at a B rank, so let's say we have got our 2 skill packets here. We'll call it skill packet A and skill packet B. Skill packet B, if we have an A rating in skills, both of these begin at 6. So all of the skills inside of those packets begin at 6. Or whatever they are, because we'll see they do change. If we have a D rating in skills, both of them start at 8. Yeah, if you have F rating in skills, you literally have one at 9. You are incredibly crippled if you have an F rank. If you have an F rank in anything outside of your race, you are incredibly crippled. In that particular field. So, yeah, SR adjustments. So these are our very basic prioritization tables. Now, originally, I'm going to open up. This is squared. He has an F rank race. He's human. He has very basic social class. He has A rank attributes, C ranked skills, proficiency at B because you want a good proficiency, and he only has an E rank in his gifts. He's got a major flaw and a minor gift. He's a very basic character, but that's what I wanted to do. I want to make Sweared as simple as physically possible. So we've gone through everything here. So your proficiency is the number of points in your ability to kick people's ass. As you can see here, I put all 6 of my points into sword and shield. Because that is my proficiency. Is sword and shield, I put 6 there. And I've got a combat pool of 9 because of various factors. So generally speaking, anytime I get into combat, I'm going to be able to have 9 D10 available to me at any point. So, gifts and flaws, pretty standard stuff. Now, other details. What's your combat pool? Your reflex plus your weapon proficiency. Maybe wondering, hey, isn't it 10? Yes, but I'm wearing armor. It is, but I am wearing very heavy armor. That is the, this kind of see right here. That is the reason why. Various height tables, various different tables and spiritual attributes and things like that. This is a very basic character. Loyalty to the king, defend the weak and the innocent. Very basic. So, training. Let's get into it. Now, these are the basic skill packets. Yeah, you kind of see swordsman, soldier, woodsman, ranger, knight, and some very basic ones down here. This is legitimately it. There, you have very few skills. So, but let's say, for example, you know, let's say we've got priority. We're priority 7. We're priority C, so we've got a 7/7 in both of our attributes and both of our skills. So let's say I choose to be a soldier. So I would have leadership, intimidate, riding, heraldry, strategy. All of these would be, if I'm bringing this up here, every single one of these skills would be at 7. Now, you see tactics down there. Tactics would be at +1, so it would be at 8. Battle, though, would be at 6 because it's -1, and first aid would be at 6. Now, if I take a second one, so let's look through here a little bit. I believe I ended up taking peasant. I think I took laborer. Where's labor? Yeah, laborer down there. Then again at 7, so it would be teamster. It would be teamster at 6. Streetwise at 6. Intimidate again, but since I already have intimidate, I don't get it again. Gambling at 8, and then I believe I chose woodwork at 7. That is quite literally how you do skills. There isn't there are skills like a teamster there are skills like etiquette, court, or ridicule, and they do talk about every single one of them. And there are quite a few different skills for you to work with. One of the major things, though, is that if you don't have something, they want you to default. Say, hey, what's the default we're looking at? Some covered skill needs skill you don't have. Alt skill rating for any skill unknown given last line of the following skill description. So, if we do say acting, if I need to make an acting check, dun 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 dun, I can default to my acting of 13. Yeah, a target number 13 to score a single success. That's me. I have no skill in this. I am winging it. Hey, but some of them you can't, but some of them are, ancient language, similar language +6, writing, arcane theory. Then you get things like battle, possessive soldiers, ringing battle, more appropriate with, used with these certain skills, certain attributes. There are quite a few different ones. Some of them even have, like, body language. Body language is actually a skill you can use in combat. Quite actively, in fact, to try to learn what they're trying to do. Or, diplomacy, disguise, combat, and weapon arts. Farming. You want to take the farming skill, everyone? You want to take the gambling skill, the games skill? The very juggling. God help us all if we do not have a juggling. Are you a juggle master? You can technically also play a lawyer in this game, so Dell is represented. Meditation, oration, orienteering, panhandling. There's a bunch of skills in this damn game, and none of them matter. This is legitimately most of what you see when it comes to the actual skill system in this game. Is like very basic. You're not really making any kind of checks here. They're not very common to use. They are there to the skills facilitate you getting into combat. That is the thing you must understand. The skills are not there because, oh man, it's super cool to have a skill system. The skill system is there so you can get into combat. Yeah, gifts and flaws in other games, they're traits, sometimes they're perks. They're exactly the way you think they are. And it could be things like, hey, you have absolute direction. You're ambidextrous. You have really good accuracy. You have a bunch of allies. People want to have sex with you. The beauty of legends. Handsome or dashing. Good reputation. Things like that. Most of these are pretty minor, but they do give you something, like quick healing, being like, yeah, increase die to make sure you don't die. Or you can have very bad ones, like being an amputee, having bloodlust issues, wanting to be a sex pest. Or you're just tiny. Or you're significantly obese. Yeah, obesity gives you permanent encumbrance. Remember that. So playing a fat bastard is again viable in this game. It's actually quite powerful to be a fat bastard. And just do your best to do that. You have rage, you have vows, you have a sleep disorder, you can't sleep. And of course, we also have sorceress ones, because there's a sorcery system in this game. Now, our very basic proficiencies. Now, at its most basic, a proficiency is something we're going to see constantly, so I'm going to explain it here. A proficiency is your ability to use a weapon in a certain way. Proficiency is not sword proficiency. No. That's not how it is. A proficiency is how you use that weapon. Most of them have maneuvers, have activation costs, which you have to pay for, various different things. It's a little bit easier, once you start seeing the maneuvers and once you see how combat starts working, that it makes a little bit of sense. So, let's say, for example, sword and shield. Sword and shield is not necessarily, I have a sword, I have a shield, and those are the only two weapons I can use. All sword and shield means is that you have a one-handed weapon in one hand, a shield in the other, and you swing with it. That's what you're doing. You're swinging with your sword. You aren't trying to hack away at something. You're not trying to beat someone over the head. You are clearly swinging with your weapon. You have a club in your hand? Yeah, you can use sword and shield. You're using the same movements. You're using the same ideas. You just have a club. You have an axe. Same thing. Doesn't really matter that it's a sword. It's just that you're using it as a sword. You kind of see these are your very basic maneuvers. These will grow. So, for example, this is another thing. So let's say I've got my sword and shield proficiency at 6. I can default with the cut and thrust maneuver. My cut and thrust is actually not it would be at 4. That's my default. It would be 4. So if I've got my, great sword, long sword, better armors coming to use, these, you kind of see, they get a lot more maneuvers. They get a lot more abilities to work with, but they've got some bigger issues to kind of think of. Sword and shield's very reliable in doing its one thing. Cut and thrust. Hey. The fighting style, the predecessor to the rapier, consists of a lighter version of the knightly sword. Different abilities, different maneuvers, different rapiers. It is entirely possible to play this game as just a bunch of fencers. It is entirely possible, and arguably, you'll have a better time in your life doing such. The Doppelhander, two-handed swords, pole axes get 8 billion skills, pole arms get 8 billion skills. Mass weapon and shields. Now, these are club weapons that are particularly heavy on the business end. Flip the weapon over, spend 1 CP during a round. Yeah, so using this, I could use a club and a shield. I can totally use a club with a shield with my sword and shield technique. It's not going to be as efficient because I'm not going to have a lot of these other maneuvers in here. I'm not going to have bash. I'm not going to have hook. I'm not going to have, things like that are going to be as useful for me. However, I also have a little bit more useful things when I'm using the weapon I'm supposed to. How do I use a sword? How do I use a dagger? How do I use, just wrestling? You do get things like lances, missile weapons. Don't be cringe. Use a real weapon. Like, I'm using my bow and arrow. No, fuck you. No. If you're bringing a bow and arrow to the sword fighting game, I'm gonna stab you. Oh, I'm a heroic archer. I'm gonna shoot. No. Go away. Javelins get a pass. It's effectively just a spear you can toss. But really, a bow, or God help us all if you bring a crossbow. A crossbow? Really? Oh man, I'm gonna use my crossbow. I guess I'm gonna spend 8 years reloading now. No. You're cringe. I'm sorry. I don't write the rules of the game. But if you use a ranged weapon, there is no such thing as a heroic archer. Exactly. Tashi gets it. Like, if you're being a cringe nene baby and showing up with a fucking bow, no. I'm gonna chop your face off. You're on my team, doesn't matter. I'm chopping your face off. Because you are a failure. And everyone's gonna make fun of you. But yeah, you can buy into different skills a little bit easier. It gets a little bit wonky. Let me see if I can find the exact rule for it. Maneuvers listed under. Let me see, where was... Listen, Let's see. Default proficiency may never exceed 6 without formal training. The most maneuvers. Default listed following weapon that originates. Thus, if you need your default doppelhander, primary weapon, sword, shield. Yeah. So if I get more points later on, I can actually start investing a little bit more, and I can actually get higher abilities. So I can get different proficiencies and different weapons. I would probably not want to get mass weapon. I would probably want to get something better. Probably want to get something that would be useful, like maybe a dagger ability, or maybe wrestling. So let's just do like a very basic. Let's see a very basic attack here. Let me see if I can find not grapple. Hook, no. Shortstop. Toss. Okay, here's a very basic thrust. So, at the very basic, I want to attack you with a knife. I'm going to just thrust forward. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to roll my ATN, I'm going to thrust forward, and I'm going to try to beat you. Now, the thrusts are also notoriously fast, as the thrusting parry's reflex was 1 higher should initiative tie. With equal reflex at the same time rolled at once, it's not for 2 fencers to die upon another's blade after such a mistake. Yeah, there is mutual kills in this game, quite a few mutual kills, blocking, open striking. This is a really controlled list. Generally speaking, it's a very controlled list. The most you're going to be doing is basic attacks and basic defenses. Like, oh no, Notepad, I want to do a critical feint into a thrust into an evasive attack. You're going to be doing the same. Just do what you should. Like, you are not. Oh, you can do all the all the cool, badass, super cool, twist a fucking whoosha bullshit. But at the end of the day, this guy is coming at you with a knife. You can do that fancy shit, or you can say, I'm going aggro and I'm just going to slice him in half because I am way faster than him. And I'm going to chop his face off. So, now things start getting weird. Okay, so I'm going to try my best to explain spiritual attributes. This is probably one of the most unique aspects of the game, and nobody talks about it. A spiritual attribute is something you give a shit about. Yeah, this is things that you care about. Now, you can advance your spirit, your spiritual nature by doing things. Extreme circumstances, may warrant 2 points. What you want to do, instead of having levels or anything, each of your spiritual attributes are going to grow independent of one another. So, if I really focus on it's shielding time, I'm going to slowly grow my spiritual attribute of consciousness. Or, hey, praise the Lord and pass my shield. Yeah, I'm going to build my faith up. I'm going to build passion, going to build luck, going to build any of these things. Anytime I want to level up necessarily, I'm going to be spending it from my points here. Kind of see here. I want to spend it. When I'm done spending it, they return at the beginning of the next episode, same squad at the last session, and spending is different. Although all each other accepts me permanently by spending spirit attribute points, lots are spent. So, one of the things is, hey, you spend your insight points, they're gone, you don't have to think about it. Now, the big thing is right here. So you want to raise an attribute. I want to raise an attribute to, let's say I want to raise my mental ability to 3. I need to spend 2 points. I can right now spend 2 of my luck to increase my MA by 1. What you do not get experience in this game. What you do is that you build your spiritual reservoir. if you are not playing the game to, really get things you want, you play into your drive, play into your passions, play into luck, anything like that. If you're not doing that, you're not going to improve yourself at all. In fact, you're going to pretty much stay the exact same. And it'll never really change. But if you do, you're going to get something. Especially when you get to things like your skills, for example. Like, skills are really expensive to level up. Do not use spiritual attribute points. That over time, against, effectively, you can do it like, oh, you don't need to spend your spiritual attribute points. You instead have to roll to improve. Anytime you use it, after a certain number of times of using your skills, you actually get these because of fucking course. But you have to do it by increasing your MA, because if you don't increase it by your MA, you'll be unable to level up properly. So again, for me, with a 2 MA, I'm not going to be improving any of my skills at all. Yeah, effectively, 2 spiritual attributes points for an MA test. If the test is successful, then the SR drops. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, new skills can be purchased for 2 SA. It's very weird. Technically, you kind of now we're getting to the real point of the game. You can invest in proficiencies. This is easier to raise. Spend some time training or proficiency in the course of play. Now, you have to spend your spirit points equal to the current proficiency level. All right. However, yeah, it gets a little bit, yeah. It's very it's a very unique way of doing things. I'm not saying it's a very good way. Now, this is the main thing that people use. People literally go from, oh wow, this is kind of a weird way of doing things, because effectively with insight, for example, the more spiritual attributes that you actually use, the higher your insight grows. The higher your insight, your next character actually gets bonus priorities. They can actually, build a stronger new character. And, hey, it's like, if you get up to if you end up spending 60 attribute points, 60 spirit points or whatever, you actually end up with a new A. So you would get A, B, C, D, E. Instead of replacing with an F attribute. You spending 1 means you don't have to deal with an F attribute any longer. So, combat. This is where, how do I want to word this? I believe this is where Norwood started showing up, and I believe this was written first before anything else. Though this is still a game, it is closer to representing real fighting than any RPG combat system ever written. You probably never get hit, ever. You probably won't recover. Use your head, here as in the real world. Fights are won just as much through strategy, very much through strategy, not just high stats or big swords. Would you want to get stuck with a knight? Neither would your character. Teamwork. 3 exclamation points. 3 exclamation points. Need we say more? Yeah. Not in the Riddle of Steel. Yeah, I say, because everything up here, mind you, is quite, it's formal. You get some, little, offhand jokes every now and again, or you get some writing that's a little bit, You know, like, it's a hard time. It's hard to get a good reputation, but getting a bad reputation's easy. Like, it's pretty standard stuff. Like, there are, like, little things here and there. When I first read this section, like, the major thing that you are reading the Riddle of fucking Steel for, it's this, like, don't be stupid. I'm like, oh, right, we are in. Now, the most important thing in the Riddle of Steel is your combat pool, otherwise known as your quantity of CP. Make sure you have a lot of CP. Good night, everyone. I'm going to the Forever Box. Because of this Epstein Island approved situation. It's gonna happen anyway. I'm living at large. Yes, your combat pool is the most important set of dice you have in your existence. Every single round in the Riddle of Steel is 1 to 2 seconds and is divided into 2 combat exchanges. The basic order of fighting is I swing, you swing. Who lives, who dies, and who tells our story. The first thing you gotta do is you gotta choose what you're going to be doing. Again, combat is not very difficult. You may have a round, a whole series of rounds constitutes a bout or a fight. Bouts occasionally undergo a pause, circle, break apart from one another. So, our very basic thing is declare stance, establish aggressor and defender. First blows, resolve damage. Second half, resolve damage. This is it's not a complicated system. I think a lot of people associate Riddle of Steel with oh, it's really detailed and really, really difficult. It's really not. It's not a complicated system. It's just obtuse. It's very obtuse at points. So, we gotta determine our initiative. Now, you're not making initiative necessarily by rolling I'm gonna roll my d10 and get that. No, almost everything is done via stances. And what you're gonna do is you're going to make a call. You're gonna say, hey, I need to make a call about what I want to do, and it's going to be one of 2. You're going to be taking a white die, and you're going to be taking a red die. And you, as the player, are going to look at your enemy, and you're going to stare him down a little bit. And you're going to make a call, and you're going to say, "Okay, what are you going to do?" And you're like, 3, 2, and you drop the red die. You're going aggro. You drop the white die. You're going defensive. Ooh, snap into action. It's supposed to be done simultaneously. Hey, you're going aggressive? Cool. If you're going aggressive, the order is low, low reflex to highest. How many die are you actually going to be using? You are on the aggro. You are going first. You are springing into action to stab them. You are swinging. You are doing something. Now, the defender is bringing up the shield. They're kind of preparing themselves a little bit. They snap forward, ding. Okay, what are we ready for? That, in the ideal sense, is someone calls defense, someone calls offense. If both people call offense, they're making a swing at one another. Both swords are coming down, and you're both going to need to make a contest of reflex to see who hits first. Defend yourself in the middle of a swing. Doesn't matter. That sword's coming down at you, and that sword's coming down. Both of these swords are coming down at one another. And it's dun dun, and it's kind of that moment of dun 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 dun. You're starting to panic a little bit. Something's going wrong. You need to, you're snapping into action a little bit. That's where things like knives become very powerful, or a knife or a sword, or actually like a knife or a quick sword, or having really high reflexes. If they're making an attack to cut your face off, and you get in there first and just stab them in the throat, they're gonna die before they connect. your weapon has entered their throat, their unprotected throat, and their sword is going to die. Their sword's going to go down. However, if you lash out and you hit them in their armor, dealing 0 damage, their sword's going to come down as well on your unprotected ass, and now you're dead. It is entirely possible to kill one another with this. So, your basic stance is, stancing is a little weird in this game. They talk about it a little bit better in future games. But the concept of a stance is very simple. Good gracious. Now, before anyone rolls any dice, before we throw down our dice, you can say, "Hey, what's your stance?" And it's like, "Oh, well, I am going to go an aggressive stance." I'm saying, "Hey, I'm going real aggro. I put my sword up. I'm ready to go." What you're going to be you're going to get additional dice when you're attacking people. You are indicating to your opponent, "I am going to tear your fucking face off. You defend yourself right now." But if you say, "Hey, I am going to defend myself a little bit more. I'm taking a step back, swords up. I'm ready to defend myself." They're saying, "Hey, I'm going to defend. Fuck you. I'm going to be taking a penalty." The activation using any of my maneuvers is going to cost a lot more of my, combat pool that I cannot afford. But if I'm defending myself, I'm going to be able to, protect myself a lot easier. Come at me. Then there's a neutral stance where it is you're not doing anything. The very first movement you do breaks the stance. So kind of that initial, you declare your stancing, and then you start going in at one another. This is pretty much just for that first round, because remember, if we go up to 2 to 6 until the end of the bout, that first second is when you can declare your stance. And so what they want to do, what this is, the way it's worded is a little bit weird, but we're facing off against one another. I've got my sword, you've got your sword. We're facing each other. Before we clash, before the dice begin rolling, I say I'm going neutral, and you say I'm going defensive. What does this mean? You want to defend yourself. I want to attack you. You don't know what I'm planning on doing. And then I say, okay, all right, cool. I'm going to drop red. You're going to drop blue. You're going to drop white, and then we go at one another. I swing forward, you swing, you try to defend. That's what we want to do. That stance is then broken until one of us breaks away. I don't get those 2 bonus dice anymore. You don't get those bonus 2 dice anymore. But let's say, for example, I'm going aggressive. I'd say, "Hey, I'm going aggro. I like aggressive stance. You get that aggressive stance." And I get a kill, and I get a fucking hit on you right away. I fucking drive my sword into your skull. You're dead. You can finish a combat in this game in 1 attack. It is incredibly easy if you get 1 good hit in this game to end combat. This is not a game of, this is not an endurance match. And I think that's a very unique premise. Is that, in certain games, it's like, okay, I want to, we're going for an endurance match. We're fighting tooth and nail against one another. It's like, I've taken 20 HP damage. Oh no, I'm at 60 HP now. Oh no, we're nicking it. No. 1 good hit, you're dead. You might say, like, why would I ever go neutral stance then? Because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Why would I ever go defense then? Because if you lose, you're going to get your shit rocked. It's a weird prisoner's dilemma. This constant sense of like you're trying to predict what they're going to do, and you're trying to predict what you're going to do. However, as we go through this, I want you to all remember 2 very important things. You have a group of 4 people fighting 4 other people run by 1 GM. Okay, we've established that. This is very important. So, surprise rounds, ambushing a motherfucker. Yeah, okay, that's a very good one. One of the ideas is also buying initiative. Preemptive strike. Waiting for your opponent to strike, then attempting to beat him to the blow. I'm swinging forward. We're both swinging to attack one another. And I say, hey, I'm going to buy initiative. I've got a little bit of more CP, and I'm going to say, oh, hey, I'm going to draw faster and, kill you. You got to beat my perception. And hey, defense wishes to attack instead. You can go full defense and say, nope, I'm going to lull them out. You may also wondering, what happened if we both throw defense? We literally pause and parry the air at one another, so none of us do anything. We circle one another, and it's very likely you might circle each other 3 or 4 times. Both of you just declaring defense at one another. And what you need to do is start yelling at one another. Yeah, it's like, hey, you could start taunting one another if you feel like it. You circle each other for 5 rounds. Yeah, start taunting one another to get them to fight. It's a defensive game. So, one thing that I do enjoy about this game is you have to choose where you are actually swinging. Because every single thing you are doing is numbered through 1 to 14. That's everything you're swinging at is one of these areas. Easy enough. You must always tell exactly where you are going. So, you don't necessarily say, hey, I want to just attack. No, you say, hey, I am making a slash at 5. I am bringing my sword up with the intent to drive my blade into your skull. Now, if I hit, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to end up in your skull. I might end up in your shoulder. I might end up in your neck. There's a variety of things that can occur there. If I say, hey, I'm slashing at 3. Yeah, okay, I'm slashing at 3. I might not hit your arm. I might hit your gut. I might hit your torso. I might hit something there. Or, hey, I'm thrusting. Yeah, I'm going to thrust at 12 there. I'm going to thrust at your chest. If I do that, I might hit your shoulder. I might hit your forearm. I might hit something else. I might hit your neck even. So you're always calling where you want to go. And you may say, well, why would I ever want to do that? I don't know where I'm hitting. Because the thing is it's going to determine your hit location as well as their armor. Hey, this knight has a fucking breastplate on. I have a knife. He has a breastplate on. It's almost like I don't want to get attacked. It's almost like, weirdly enough, my dagger probably won't go through that solid hunk of metal. Let's say, for example, again, we'll bring Manly up here. We'll look at Manly here. Manly has got a metal chest piece on. He's got that metal chest piece on. And you're looking over here and you're like, man, I don't want to hit anything. Where are you going to stab Manly? You're not going to be aiming for his chest, even though that would be the most obvious place. You're going to be aiming for his face. Because he's not wearing any armor. He's not wearing a lot of armor up above. He's just wearing it on his chest. Doge, on the other hand, if we bring Doge up, hello, innocent Doge, he's wearing chainmail, he's got a good helmet on, he's got a good shield on, he's very well protected. Where do I want to stab him? I want to probably maybe aim for his arms, because if I get his shield away from him, he's going to be a lot less protected. That's the entire idea. Look for where your opponent is laced armored. Now, various terrain modifiers, terrain systems kind of odd. The basic idea when it comes to combat is, let's say, for example, where is my arming sword? Okay. My arming sword has an ATN of 6. I want to make a cutting attack. I want to make a cutting attack at 2. I'm making a cutting attack there. Now, I have 9 dice in my pool. So I'm going to take 9. I'm going to take, let's say I'm making a 5. I'm just going to swing for 5. Kind of a half-hearted, not my full power level, but just enough to be dangerous. So I've got my 5 dice here, and I need to beat my ATN of 6 to get my cut through. So let's I roll. That's 1, that's 2, that's 4 successes. That's pretty fucking good. Now you're maybe like, oh no, I need to defend. And you're like, okay, you know what? I'm going to parry. I'm going to parry with my own arming sword. You know, so I'm going to take, let's say I dedicate 6 dice to parrying. Parrying with my arming sword, and it's DTN 6. I'm trying to block it with my sword. You need to beat my 4 successes. So I'm going to roll. That's 1 success, 2 successes. That's only 2 successes. My attack has gone through. My 4 have beat your 2. So I've got 2 bonus successes on you. So, what happens? I hit. Very simply put, I'm going to hit. And right now, I've done 8 damage. And finally, you know, I wonder if the damage is resolved. Press the advantage by keeping initiative. Which, yeah, if you win, you get to keep initiative. And if you hurt someone, attack them again. Oh no, you've stabbed them in the knee a little bit and they're like having a bad time. Go for the fucking head. Hey, you stabbed him in the chest. Fuck it. Swing again. Go attack them again. Keep up the aggro. But if you fail, suddenly my 5 dice become 4 dice. And you know, resisting if they're using a really complicated weapon that they're maybe not good with, suddenly they maybe didn't roll as many successes. You've made a gamble. Okay, I'm going to protect myself with 3 against your 6. I've rolled 3 successes. You've rolled 1. I parry it, and then I can just beat you over the head very easily. Now, yeah, so, you know, he was block, parry, dodge, deflected strike, still recovering from the momentum. Yeah, if you block, you hit one another, then the other side goes. Whoever had the momentum now loses it if they don't kill. So, yeah, multiple opponents. Dividing one's combat pool between the 2 opponents in any proportion, and winging it. Yeah, yeah, they don't really do very well of trying to fight one another in that regard. You do get things like weapon length. Weapon length is very important. Effectively, if I have a medium weapon, so you can kind of see my arming sword is 40. So I've got about a medium sword, and you're attacking me with a hatchet. I got a +1 to my combat pool, and you got a -1 to your combat pool. Why is this the case? Because I've got longer range on you. You're going to have to get closer to me for me to before I can stab you. However, if I do get closer to you, if I ambush you, let's say, and I jump on your back and I start, you know, hacking away with a hatchet, that sword ain't gonna do jack shit. Yeah, that ain't gonna. Often best goal to keep full evasion event set in close combat or drop weapons and wrestle. Certain maneuvers, such as half sword, particularly effective in such a situation. Yeah, as you can see, the likely situation between many a combat with archers. The archers getting one shot off and then immediately getting bodied by another guy. But yeah, so you got your most amount of damage. So let's say we've hit you for 8 with +2 damage on top of that. I've now done 10 damage. What you're going to do is you're going to subtract your toughness. Oh, so let's say I've got my toughness of 5, so now we're only doing 5 damage. Still bad. Let's say I have an armor of 3 there. I'm only going to do 2 damage. So we've reduced everything down here. I'll even write it out, make it a little bit easier. So what we have is we have our 8 base damage plus 2 bonus successes. That's our basic hit so far. But let's say, again, you have 5 toughness versus 5 toughness plus 2 armor. So what is, actually we'll say plus 3 armor in that location. It's not really going to be the case, but let's just say it. That would be effectively that would be a level 2 wound to location 2. Now, a level 2 wound is bad, because wounds go up from level 0 to level 5. Now, you may be wondering, what is a level 0 wound? It's not a wound. It's a bruise. It hurts, but it's not going to kill someone. However, if you get let's say for example, you get a level 3 wound, you're not gonna have any fun there at all. Get well practiced but poor and unarmored blade singer and swordsman, doing with Felix, the lightly armored knight. Now as Nisha does also attack IV from his own left, parry to made 6 die, throws his last 5 dice to parry. So, Geralt's damage rating ST plus 1. Total for wound rating is 10. Strikes the neck on armor, only has toughness 5, level 5 wound, and it's instant decapitation. So, to give you an idea, a level 0 wound, if you manage to reduce all the damage down to 0, you're effectively fine. You're not going to get hurt. It's usually the ow that hurt, and that will leave a bruise tomorrow, and it'll probably recover tomorrow. A level 5 wound is instant death. You take a level 5 wound to your head's gone. You take a level 5 wound to your chest cavity has been caved in. A sword has gone through your heart. You take a level 5 wound to your leg's been hacked off. Level 5 wound to your shoulder, you've hit an artery. Level 5 wound anywhere is effectively going to kill you, and if it doesn't kill you immediately, you'll be dead within a minute. A lot worse than to the shoulder. Level wounds are not cumulative. That's a big thing as well. So, for example, if I take a wound like in my shoulder at wound level 2, if I take a wound level 3 there, it's not going to be now a wound level 5. It's going to both suck, mind you. I'm not going to have fun, but it's not going to be cumulative. It's not going to be building on top of one another. If I take 5 level 1 wounds to my head, though, the GM might say, okay, upgrade that to level 2. You are not having a good time. So, one of the big things here is the idea of shock and pain. No, actually, no, I should say this. There's things like puncture wounds, bludgeoning damage, cutting damage. Most things is you can kill people with bludgeoning weapons. Usually a little bit more difficult, but you can also knock someone's ass out. You want to know what's really useful for knocking someone's ass out? Because they're on the ground and dying. Crush someone's fucking skull. Now, one of the ideas is shock and pain. So, you've taken shock. Thing you've hit, you're going to lose a number of dice immediately. And that's pretty bad. You've taken a little bit of shock. You've been hit. You're sent reeling a little bit. You're going to snap back. You're going to snap back. You're like, okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to go again. But if you lose all your CP, congratulations, you're on your ass. You're going to have a bad time. Pain, on the other hand, is permanent. You take 5 pain, you have 5 less CP to work with. Hence, even a level 3 or a level 2 wound can be quite dangerous because you're just going to lose all your penalty. You're just going to lose all your ability to fight. Should one attack multiply, the highest shock penalty in your old is applied. With weak attacks, the original shock penalty keep returning to haunt the wounded. This can even lead to things like blood loss. You take blood loss, you're going to have to make an endurance check. If you fail it, your health is dropping. Your health drops to 0, well, hopefully you didn't feel like living. Knockouts, got rolls. Now this is missile combat. Missile combat is weird and it's bad because the entire idea is that you have to refresh your missile pool at equal to your wit. You are effectively building up a bar to fire your thing again. So you build it up and you knock an arrow, you pull back a little bit, and then you still have to make calls, but you can only do it for the piercing tables. Yeah, it's like, oh, add in a bunch of different die. So it's like, hey, you need to draw your bow. That's different dice to draw the fucking bow, to knock an arrow. That's a different thing entirely. It's like, so you might have to spend multiple rounds just preparing. Because remember, rounds are not 6 seconds. Rounds are 1 second. So you draw, you knocking the arrow, drawing the bow, aiming and firing might be 3 rounds of actual combat that real people are having fun with, and you aren't. But you're also a pussy and ended up shooting someone, and yeah, which is also like, as you can kind of see here, you shoot one guy, leaving him a level 3 wound of the torso. She gets 2 just below the ribs. Internal, belly wound, internal bleeding. Yeah. That's why it's like, literally, this is the entire missile weapon section. It's like, yeah, you can do this if you feel like, if you want. Don't bother, though. You don't have to. Missile weapons are usually an obligation, I realize, in these games. How do you dodge? Evade. Get out of it. Leave. Just fucking leave. So, one of the basic ideas is that you have to make, if you're trying to evade something, you're going to have to make a call. If you're doing a full evasion, it's a lot easier. You're just running out of there. You're literally trying to make a full dodge out of there. Then you say you don't try to attack them again. You reestablish things. You even reestablish stances. Partial evasion, you can try to do it if you want. It's easier, or you can try to duck and weave. Make an attack on the next exchange that the opponent has botched. Ducking and weaving is literally, he swings, you fucking matrix dodge out of the way and stab him in the side. Yeah, 2 forms, noteworthy. They even say, like, there are 2 things that are noteworthy. Don't do this. Fumbling is bad. Sending you either stepping on the blow or tumbling to the ground. Add 2 levels to any damage done. Ooh. Yeah, you can even... Ow. Yeah, reflex. Technically... Yeah, let me see. Quantity of combat dice. Yeah, it's... But then there's things like parrying. Parrying is just using the DTN of your thing. Blocking is using the DTN of your shield. Generally providing, protection to areas on the shield side. Similar to a parry. Any nice of dice can be spent in a block. Yeah, this is the entirety of the armor of the game, by the way. And shields are pretty good in this game, all things considering. As you can kind of see, I have a 50-50 of using a blocking with my medium shield. I have an arming sword in one hand and a medium shield in the other. You are coming down at me, I can attempt to block with my shield. Since I've got my shield on my left, I'm very protected on my left side. If you want to attack me from the left, I just can probably tank most of it with my shield. and then immediately stab forward. Yeah, I take it on my shield, you do no damage to me, I stab you in the gut and then gut you, and then I laugh at you because you spent all your dice doing no damage. Hee hee hoo hoo ha ha hee hee. Now this is the entirety of the armor and shield section. This is every piece of armor and shield in the game. They don't really tell you where anything goes. As you know, all I did was I gave myself a shield, gave myself a chain shirt with sleeves. Thank you very much. They give you the option without sleeves. If you get a full suit of chain, though, you actually take a negative modifier to your CP, your combat pool. Now, this did lead me to a very fascinating discovery in this game, is that the optimal light of being, as a brave hero of Blade and of the Riddle of Steel, is being a naked man. Just being completely fucking naked. Because what's going to happen, you pump reflexes, you pump any ability to deal damage, and if you're completely fucking naked, fight like a Celtic warrior. Yeah, you fight like a Celtic warrior, you're gonna do a lot better in life. Because, yeah, you're fighting fast. And the thing is, it's not a question of if they hit you, because they won't, because you're gonna be able to just dodge around all your problems. What you can do, though, and this is very important, you can get a lot of hits on someone, go aggro the entire time, and you just need to get one hit. That's the thing with dex builds in this game. You need to get one hit on them. They need to get one hit on you. Everyone needs to get one hit. Everyone's a dex build here. But if you are a naked man with a great sword, yeah, you're doing pretty good. Because you can then say, oh no, there's a problem, what should I do? And then jump forward and stab them. You hit hard enough, you're gonna kill them outright. Especially if they're already at a distance with your great sword. They're going to walk up to you being like, I'm going to hit you with my sword and shield. And you're like, oh, I'm just going to do a right side swing and decapitate you. Lol, Lamau. Baby bitch. Fuck you. I'm gonna win. And then they die and everyone makes fun of you. But yeah, this is the, as you can see though, the only reason a pot helmet actually does hinder your ability to defend yourself, but it has 5 armor value. Yeah, when worn under any kind of helmet. Yeah, technically, if I have a pot helmet, because I do have a pot helm on, because pot helmets are funny. If I get hit in my head, I reduce all damage effectively by 10. That you need to get 11 damage on me. You need to roll a shit ton of successes to do any remote amount of damage. Hopefully you are fucking jacked. Because if you're not jacked, my armor is going to block damage. Yeah, armor value. Effectively, this is like the one, this is like one of the issues of taking just even a little bit of, loss there. Cover mounted combat. Mounted combat is effectively the same idea. It's mostly the bigger idea when it comes to this is that you're losing a lot of you ignore a loss when it comes to armor. If you're doing a mounted charge, if you're fighting people on the ground, you actually get a bunch of bonuses. But you can't evade very well. If you get actually hit, you can do this. Literally, a lance charge has a chance of killing everyone involved. Yeah, very easy to just die in this game. One-on-one fights. Yeah, this is kind of like the exterior part of what's movement on foot. How are we moving, everyone? You're moving decent. This is the exploration system. Not really that important, though, generally speaking. You're not looking at Riddle of fucking Steel. You're not looking at the Riddle of fucking Steel for the movement mechanics, even though the encumbrance rules are... These are our brave heroes of being unencumbered, mildly encumbered, moderately encumbered, and heavily encumbered. I do like the fact that this one guy just starts eating. That's all he is. He just becomes a fat bastard, and I respect that. Yeah. Generally speaking, even being a little bit, over encumbered, like, does really impact your ability to fight. So, a very valid tactic in combat is to just rip off all your shit, and start swinging. Doesn't matter, just start attacking people. Like, if you've ever played, what's that game? He ate the others. See, that's even the funniest part, because there's one guy who is in every single one. This guy, Mustache Man, is in every single one. He ate her, but she comes back. He ate these two. How horrifying. Truly. But yes, it's, leaping distances. What's falling damage looked like? Oh. Getting healing is... we can talk about healing a little bit. You need the first aid skill. You need the first aid... Someone needs to have the first aid skill to reduce blood loss by any failed attack. Any failed defense, I should say. You need to heal someone. You need someone with the surgery skill to actually heal people. Being in any remote amount of combat has a good chance of just killing you. So, effectively, you make a skill test. If you manage to succeed, you add to a health roll for the week. Failure adds nothing, but fumbling causes -2 die penalty. You get a little bit more. If you are lucky enough, you might be able to heal yourself. Effectively, then you open the wound up for the vague chance of attempting to recover from it. Yes, it is a very complicated series of events to even attempt to get rid of a wound. And of course, it's also written in such a way that you have the aging and sickness mechanics. This is how it's literally laid out, to give you an idea. Yeah, this book is laid out kind of weird. Yeah, also, there is magic. You want to be a pansy motherfucker? Don't. Magic is scary. Magic's fucking scary. I'm going to die. Ow. Ooh. Ooh. People are posting cringe. Many such cases. So, yeah, sorcery. You want to use magic powers. You want to blast a motherfucker. Mechanics of magic. Derived attributes. Get ready for more derived attributes. They're great. You're going to have your own sorcery pool. This is a completely different set of pool that you're going to be using for everything else. I'm going to be a very basic way of doing this because it's a little bit wonky the way it's done. Effectively, you have a proficiency in casting. And these are the vagaries. There are 9 vagaries you can do, and each of them have 3 levels to them. Sculpture, growth, movement, conquer, I should say, glamour, vision, summoning, banishing, and imprisoning. Now, you may be looking at this being like, this is vaguely, like, what are you doing, Notepad? This is sounding a little bit like Ars Magica. Yes, it is. One of the basic ideas is you're going to be building how complicated a spell is. Advancing Horde, your character may be essential for repelling them. So, the basic idea is the more broad something is, you're going to be increasing things. Zen are to be the first of the gifted. All magic fits within a 3-sided polyhedron. So, thrice as many effects are contained in 3 categories. 3 are based on temporal realm, 3 in the mental, and 3 in the spiritual. What does this mean? Intricacy is a level of detail can shape the target into. How detailed do you want each of these vagaries to be? The more detailed your vagary, the better you are at things, the more spells you're able to actually create. Because spells are actually created. There's no, spell list, really. Yeah, it's a nebulous thing. Just as combat is fluid, creative thing, so is magic. You don't have a spell written down in a spell book. Yeah. The only thing you need to do is convince your GM that your spell totally works the way you want it to do. Now, spell of 1 is you use 1 vagary. These are easy to do, and but they are very draining. They, you blast someone very fast and oofy doofy. Spell of 3. 3 vagaries do 3 things. Calculating spell casting time, spell casting target numbers. The more complex a spell you make, the more likely you have to deal with the very important aspect of aging. Because you don't age. You don't take a negative value. You don't take corruption points or anything like that in this game. No, you fucking get older. You cast a spell. You are trying to incorporate different variables. Hey, you want to affect an incorporeal target. It's a very thin range. It's very simple. It's instant. More CTN. Are you using dialogue? Are you using gestures? Are you doing meditation? Is there cooperation? Are you doing the proper symbol drawing? Are you in a noisy environment? Are you fucking wounded? Yeah. And then you finally done it. You're going to cast the Pain spell. So, what do we need to do if we need to cast the Pain spell? You're going to bring up all of your dice. You have your Gaggery 2. You want to implant pain. It's instantaneous. So, we have our DI. We have our basic check that we want to do. Our spell casting number is, our casting number is 7. Let's select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's say we're doing a full cast with our Pain spell. Let's see. We're gonna roll. How many successes do we get? We get 1. We rolled dog shit on that, by the way. We did 1 success. I point at you. I go raggle fraggle, and you take dice. You take damage. And it's like, yeah, a DR of 7. A 6 on the generic damage table. I deal 8 damage to you. Yeah, that hurts. We could do, 6 successes. Omar rolls per read to success and spell successfully formalized and written in a spell book, which allows him to cast. The more you formalize a spell, the faster it is to use, easier it is to use, and generally allowing you to blow someone up, and everyone is bad. It's great. Yeah, lots of damage, various. These are like, oh, you want to do some like very basic spell. How do we create some basic spells of 1? How do we create spells of 3? This is a really detailed way of making sorceress characters, and how do we create things? There are special things going on. How do we invert spells? How do we, kill people with magic? Yeah. Gandul makes a spell. Example spells. Yeah, a lot of these are like Plague of the Dwarf, Frozen, Glamour, Conquer Spell, Lure of the Glass, Mesmerize, Quivering Bowels, Mana. Yes, this is a very important thing to learn. This is the most important spell you will ever know. Because what you have to do is draw back mana. You use your sorcery pool, you're not getting it back unless you wait. So if you want to continue using spells, make sure you get them, make sure you have at least one magic thing left. Casting the spell automatically ages sorcerer 1 month, and age incurred by casting. Increases the caster's sorcery pool by his draw attribute in dice. The more you draw, the more you get. So let's see. Where's a good one? So yeah, do it 7 toward casting spell, 9 dice toward resisting aging. Fortune grants him 5 success in casting, 6 in resisting aging. He ages 2 months, but still casts the spell. Yeah, you age 2-3 months every spell you cast. Resisting aging is where's the resisting fucking? Aging roll. There we go. Every time it's supposed to exert his life energy. Yeah, it's him as spell CTN. Every time you fail, you're just going to increase your aging. Number of successes equal aging in months. Suddenly aging even a month is a massive strain on one suddenly. Even time character ages a knockout roll. Yeah, it's very easy to knock yourself out and just age too fast and age like a year immediately. Yeah, welcome to sorceress bullshit. And of course we've got the very basic setting of Wyrith. Wyrith sucks. It's a sword and sorcery world. I mean, it sucks in the world in the idea that it is a miserable place to exist. But if you like Conan, it's Conan land. Everything you want is there. There's a few races, a few people that you can buddy up with and fight, or if you want to, there's religion and there's different nations and everything's a little goofy. That's good. Standard exchange rates, all of the items you could possibly want, but none of them are really good. How to GM better. They do give you some actual This is a thing that you've got to know. They actually do give you sample NPCs. This is a very important thing. Not many sample NPCs to work with, though. I will say that. Now these are the appendices. This is the most important section of the game, and if you do plan on playing this, print these out. You ate the magical land of California. Magical land like hell, full of drug-addicted people and cults and hobos, different degrees of murderous intent. Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah. Hey, modify for striking in different zones. I would say put this for the intro of realism and game balance. Mostly because people are just going to strike at like the 1 point people are doing there. It seems most appropriately. So, you've done... Oh no. I've hit you in the leg. I've cut you at the leg. I've cut you at the knee, and we've done a level 3 wound. You've started bleeding 4. You lose 8 dice immediately. And you have pain minus your willpower. Torn ligaments or similar wound. Roll knockdown immediately. Cutting damage, horizontal, left, right swing. 3, upper and lower abs. Let's say level 4. Bleeding 10, pain 12, shock 10. Cutting damage, overhand, left and right. 2, chest cross cut. Level 2 wound. Bleeding 2, shock 4, pain a little bit. Puncture wound. Belly thrust. Serious damage to internal organs and heavy bleeding. May lose consciousness. Puncture wound. Chest. Probably going to lose consciousness. Puncture wound, head. Weapon pierces the throat and punctures the cerebellum or lower brain. Death is instant. Face. Pierced brain. Death is nearly instant, coming from massive brain damage and hemorrhaging. Upper legs. Compound fracture at knee. Instant knockdown. Compound fracture. Pelvis destroyed with massive bleeding. Bludgeon damage, upper body, pelvis destroyed, massive bleeding. Internal damage, real nasty, may lose consciousness. Bludgeon damage, overhand to the right and left. Winded, maybe with a broken rib, may lose consciousness. Head, broken nose or lost teeth, or both, may lose consciousness. Do you like Great. Bludgeoning damage, vertical swing. Level 5 on the shoulder. Entire shoulder caves in. Lots of blood, bone fragments. Level 3 wound at the head. Bones near eye are smashed. Eye is considered lost. Lose half of current pool. Bludgeoning damage to a vertical swing. 4. Head, upper, glancing below, some dizziness. Really, really messy. Instant death. Upward swing. Abdomen, internal damage, real nasty. Bludgeoning damage. Bludgeoning damage. Yeah, welcome to the wonderful world of the wound charts. Getting horribly mangled for fun and profit. Combined weapon statistics. Arming swords, bastard swords, these are pretty basic stuff. Why is it in the appendix, not earlier? I don't know. It just is. Can you read any of the range weapons? No. You can't. And no, I have no idea why this is here. I also know this was copied from someone because this is adapted. Fun fact, this is Mr. Brain Damage itself. So, or not. Or not. Yeah, Sorcery in the Fae never came out. Yeah. That's that's the Riddle of Steel proper. Riddle of Steel is a game from 2002. This is a very important thing to note. And I say this is an important thing to note because a game that came out in 2002 by someone who had never written a role-playing game before And it really shows in some points. There are things that are really high concept, like using your, like, for example, like, hey, using your spiritual attributes to, form up. Spells are really complicated, and which really want you to use different, spell creation systems to really make, do that. And you're like, oh, well, why would I ever want to do that? But range weapons are entirely kind of secondary. They aren't really that important. Because one of the things, anytime you hear about Riddle of Steel, which is a little bit fascinating, is that people do not talk about anything else. They don't talk about Wyrith. Oh, God, get back. They don't talk about Wyrith. They do not talk about the ranged weapons. They do not talk about magic or anything like that. What they do talk about, though, is the melee combat. And the melee combat is very fascinating. It's kind of it is an entirely unique thing. And that entirely unique entity is interesting enough to engage with, of just being able to enter a fight and start swinging at one another. Just start beating the fuck out of one another, and even like 1 or 2 good hits can really kill someone. One bad hit can kill a character. One good hit can kill an enemy. But the game does a really bad job of saying, like, hey, you want to have a team together doing this? Because every single fight is that intense with just one-on-one fights. And the GM has to manage 4 guys versus 4 guys. A straight fight like that would take quite a while. And it's not just necessarily, well, it would take quite a while because people are swinging at one another. No, it would take quite a while just because it would be like, well, we want to do here. You'd have to pull away. Okay, let's go here. Let's address this. Okay, now it's you. Let's address time consuming, less in the idea of fighting and more in the idea of what to do. However, if that was it, this would be a nice, simple case. This is not it. There was a sequel. Not really a sequel. This is Blade of the Iron Throne. Role-playing with steel. And this is an interesting game. So, let's do a little bit of it. Let's dig into it. This is one that people might know, and one of the things is I think people are going to get really fucked up with it because they see Iron Throne and immediately think Game of Thrones. It's not Game of Thrones, though you can technically play it as that if you want. This one is actually available. You can buy it for $6. You can effectively buy this game for like $6 or $10. It's very cheap. It's by Iron Throne Publishing. They have 2 things, the black and white edition and the color edition. That's all you need to know. Now, let's go to the publisher's website. This is ironthronepub.com. Yes, as you can see, we are all the way back in 2004, and it's awesome. So, I looked around here a little bit. I'm like, all right, Iron Throne Publishing. So we go to Iron Throne Publishing, Iron Throne Publishing, Iron Throne Publishing, War and Battle Connecting Cards. Yeah, role-playing with steel, you want to have the maneuver cards for $10. And I looked at it, I was like, oh, okay, this it? Yep, this is it. Did a little bit of digging in on the people behind this. The main 2 are Philip Jones. If we go to Philip Jones TTRPG, and you actually get the Kickstarter here. This is the Kickstarter for Blade of the Iron Throne. This is an ancient Kickstarter, by the way. This game all the way back in 2012. You kind of see here, this is a very old game, relatively speaking. This would be back in, I believe it was 2012. No, this is 2013. March of 2013. To give you an idea, this game is over a decade old. It's over a decade old, and it is not super well known. Again, I think it's just because of the name. It didn't make that much money, relatively speaking, on Kickstarter. It made its money, don't get me wrong, and it very much, it really doubled down on the idea that this is a successor almost. And this is a successor. Do you remember the indie RPG, The Riddle of Steel? The first thing it says, do you remember the Riddle of Steel? Oh. Attributes are halved damage calculation. Yes. Naked Dwarf is no more. Yes, that was an issue in Riddle of Steel with the Naked Dwarf situation where you legitimately could tank so much damage with toughness being auto success. One non-combat action is completely successful without rolling. It's luck. It's various stretch goals, but we never really got too much. Yeah. Very, very simple. And people got what they wanted. With facility and printer, it's pretty simple stuff. Nothing too exciting. It's all by this Philip Jones guy. This is legitimately the only person behind anything. I looked into it more. I couldn't find anything. Philip Jones exists. All we know. I am pretty sure I do not think that it's him. I think he is too young. I do not think it's this guy. You also have here's the narrative designer from this, but I'm like, this also doesn't quite add up for the age of this person I was making a brave assessment of. Most because as you can kind of see, it's Dallas, Texas, not back in Cary. Yeah, so you kind of see what I mean, couldn't really find too many things on this guy. Because it's not like he has a very... unfortunately, some people simply do not have exciting names, and it's hard to find people without exciting names. Then we have Michael Hayter. Now, this is Michael. I don't know if this is Michael. I don't know where Michael is. I looked around. Michael Hayter does not exist. It could be legitimately anyone. Looked into, Iron Throne. Nothing really pops up except that he wrote it. That he was fundamentally behind writing it. That is the only thing that I know. He did, in fact. Is it? Are you Michael Hayter? No. Now, there is a form here. If we look to the form, Blade maneuver cards back in 2015. Where was gloomy back alleys, setting the Iron Throne, character sheets, locations, Inn of Last Regret. 4 years ago, what happened to the site? Michael suddenly disappeared. The stream of conversation began trickling and is now completely dried up. Michael, somewhere along the way, left. Michael went away. Is Michael around anymore? I don't know. He might be. He might not be. I really don't know what happened. See, is there right here? This is Michael. I can't really look at anything. I have to sign up for it, but this is Michael. Hey, we go down here to Michael. Thank yous received. Karma. He is the He's from Vienna, apparently. He's the main guy. 7 years ago. Yeah. This is all the guy is. This is all I could find. There isn't much here. There's kind of like the idea of like, oh, well, limelights, passions, and sorceries, and of course we've got the gallery. But the actual story of Iron Throne is we made a successor. That's it. Of course, there's a long post. Yeah. Yeah. That's such alien graphic design. It's blatantly sexist and not safe for work. It doesn't have to do with the game itself. This is a shame. It's only a seriously fun game people won't be able to take seriously. Many others refuse to consider it outright. It's 2015. Why aren't we past this? Yeah, so Blade of the Iron Throne is a game that does exist. And it's not really much else out there about it. Nanomachines. Ugh. Yeah, the naked dwarf is a very popular thing, and I think every game should have a naked dwarf situation. But yes, welcome to Blade of the Iron Throne. Of course, we're going to bring back Swerd Boardsman. Now he's just from Placeland, and he's Placelandic. And he's a man with a sword, again. Things changed a little bit because of some various notes. But, and you may be wondering, wow, this looks like graphic design is my passion. Yes. Yes, this is very much a graphic design is my passion kind of game. Because I'm going to demonstrate to you all the greatest thing ever. This is the actual, honest to God, page layout for every single page. I'm going to move. Every single page of this game looks like this. If you open this book, this is what you get. Every single page. We've got Demon Booba. We've got, you know, Heroic Booba. Like, we've got the whole 9 yards. Ian Plum. Yeah. Such wasted space. Ah! Yeah, it's wasted space, but it looks cool, so that's all that matters. So, as you know, I have my big pool of D10s here. I need to get rid of my D10s. I need to instead grab my big pool of D12s. Because yes, this game is not a D10 game. Oh no. This is a D12 game. Got my D12s here. A D12s here because I like knowledge. Ooh. So, this is a D12 role-playing game. What is a role-playing game? What kind of RPG is Blades of the Iron Throne? And yes, you may be easily purchased online to load game store, major checks. Easy enough to understand. So, Very basic idea is that you need to roll over 7. All you need to do. So let's say, oh no, I need to make a heart check. I would take 4d12, I would roll. I scored 1 success. I have 1 success, and sometimes that's all you need. It's the number of successes needed here. Not like we're already drifting from Riddle of Steel. Now, the big idea is the number of successes you need is always more than you think. So you say, hey, you need 2 successes to do something, it's going to be challenging. If you score 3 successes, you technically got a basic success. You did exactly what you needed to do, nothing more. Skills are weird. Skills are tests made versus one trained ability. Potential skills reflect the character's current level of aptitude. Thus, when using a skill, a character's base skill dice pool may never be as high as twice the value of the situation's most applicable attribute. No more can never be as high or higher than twice the value of the situations. For example, cutting 3, that means you can use no more than 5 dice from the lockpicking skill. Conversely, an unskilled in something takes a penalty. So, wants to use skill Animal Mimicry, but is untrained. He has a health of 6, and therefore use it with the animal check instead. Skilled in Animal Mimicry would normally need 2 successes, it requires 4. Because, yeah, we're not treating skills as anything like that now. These are dice pools. These are the amount of dice that we have to do something. And we've got some great attributes like sagacity and customs and writing, soldiering. Now, attributes and skill value range from 1 to 8, with 1 skill and 1 attribute at level 9 allowed per NPC or PC. So, generally speaking, you know, melee pools, opposed checks, same idea. TN7 is the name of the game. You know, time checks, botch checks. Now, of course, we've got our great attributes. Brawn, daring, tenacity, heart, sagacity. None of you fuckers can ever give me shit about attributes with sagacity. Ever again. And cunning. And oh yeah, we're gaming. You do also have passion attributes again. But passions have changed. Quite dramatically, in fact. They're effectively the same thing. However, you do have more fixed ones, such as drama and karma and things like that. They're a little bit more special. They do their own thing. And they work somewhat the same method, allowing you to add pretty much allow additional die to your roll. Hey, you have a 4. I have a 4 to, deal with Sultan Tuhandia. If I need to kill the Sultan, that's what I want to do. Anytime I am in an effort to kill the Sultan, I'm going to add 4 dice to my roll because I really, really want to kill him. Easy enough. However, the highest add into his value to every roll by only add +1 die for every applicable piece. So it's like, hey, I want to kill this guy. Cool, I'm going to do this. What do we want to do? Kill him. Yes. Anytime you roleplay, ref may award you role-playing with a PA point. It's the same thing that they did in Riddle of Steel, with the same concept. You're going to get PA. The more PA you get, the more you can spend those PA to do things. Hey, I want to spend it on doing something immediately. Cool. Hey, I want to spend my rewards to increase my attribute up right now. Cool. You're gonna lose the immediate benefit of having a kind of a tap resource, but I get a +1 die here, I got a +2 die here, you get what I mean. Combine attributes. Reflexes are very good, aim is very good, knockdown is very good. So, you also going to see this. This concludes Chapter 1. Characters. This game is aggressively sword and sorcery. Sagacity is peak, though. Yeah, this game is incredibly sword and sorcery. And if that's not like, oh man, I'm not a big sword and sorcery fan, this game ain't gonna do it for you. Because quite literally, half of things are just citing Conan. They're literally just taking sections of Conan out. So, you don't have, you have talents, and you have to do it by your priority talent table. The priority talent table still has the A, B, C, D, E, and F. However, there really are only humans in this setting, so instead you have your culture. You can kind of see that D is your average. Now, of course, it took me a little while to get this, but I have very good attributes, very good proficiencies, decent skills, average culture, god-awful sorcery, and I have fuck all assets. I'm very bad with assets, and I made that a point with him. Because I wanted to be very strong, very tough and strong and ready to go. Yeah, these do give you things, by the way. These are very important. Now, again, mundane is your average. Instead of being, hey, I just want to be a regular person, fuck sorcery, taking F rank sorcery actually, does hurt quite a bit. That means you are doomed, you're cursed, something is happening, and you're going to get fucked because of it. Next aspect comes the character creation. Training. These likely merit a C or a D pick. And last comes those picks the players determine are not a major concern, E or F. Yep, that's all. So, sorcery. Are you a greatest masters of the arcane alive? You know all the mysteries. You know all the abilities and points and all these mystic magic bullshit. Are you just mundane? Now, the thing is, if you're cursed, you denote person is not only unskilled in the arcane, but somehow particularly vulnerable to harmful sorcery. If you're doomed, you get a terrible curse. Curse is geared toward a specific, utterly ruinous situation. Doom has curse rating of 6 and can neither be lifted by faith nor sorcery. Effectively, if you say you're doomed, you're fucking doomed. You must play Conan or Krull from Atlantis. Yeah, you effectively play Conan or Krull, but we're going to learn very quickly as we go through this. I want you all... It says play Conan, Conan, Conan. They want you to play Conan. The game also doesn't want you to play Conan. That's one thing as well. So, our culture. Now, we of course have the Enlightened culture. Few great civilizations that gain half mythical status. Hey, Enlightened ones live twice as long as mere mortals. Supernatural cultural asset. Occultism always allowed. And you get +3 to all of you to 3 stats. Savages are warriors from the frozen north, witch doctors from miraculous ways to the south. Yeah, some of these are very different from one another. Like these guys get bonus skills Hillmen and nomads get a bunch of basic skill points. Civilized people are normal. Decadents have a bunch of penalties. Or if you're a degenerate, you literally may outwardly resemble savage, evil taint of the fallen empire. Only something no longer entirely human. -1 to 3 attributes. Then you just get to choose whatever attributes you feel like. With 2 constants. You must nominate one to be a focus. No other attribute may exceed the point value of focus during the process of character creation. They start with any attribute at the unique level of 9. Yep, that's all you need to know. You can have something at 9, and you can't have anything in there. Attribute calculated with combined existing attrition attributes can be calculated once. All basic and passion attributes are finalized. All numbers equal to 50 greater than 0.5 are rounded up. Technically, I should fix some of these, but this is kind of the basic idea of spreading these around. Of course, all of these are very good. I dumped my heart because I am not a man of heart. However, as we will quickly see, things get very, very weird. However, this leads to kind of also reflex is now cunning and daring. Remember that, kids. Cunning and daring now. Next, skills. Assign skill points. Just assign skill points. Proficiency. Assign proficiencies. Choose 1 or 2 that are good and then roll with it. Those are the ones that you have. Technically, with sword and shield and longsword, there's something I can do to fix these up. But basic assets, we already kind of covered some of these. What's your melee pool? It's reflex plus weapon proficiency. So, skip character. Should have a flaw to balance out their strength. Should have their own, speech quirks based on where they came from. Should be played in a realistic manner. If you're role-playing a slightly built teenage girl, then act like a teenager and not a full-grown woman. Should interact. Yeah, most likely simply need each other rather than being around for ties of friendship. Yeah, get your own talent table. They do want you to have different talents and things, because one of the big aspects of why would you be decadent or degenerate? Because the decadent and degenerate are your E and your F, respectively. And if we look up here, if I want to be better sorcerer, I might want to drag down my culture a little bit. It's one of those things where you have to take one of these picks away. And that's hard because it's like, okay, what do you trade it out for? Where do you trade it out? Do you trade in attributes? Do you trade in this? Do you trade in your assets? There's always going to be one thing in the basic way of making a character that is going to be bad. Dog shit, even. And that by virtue of it being that low, you're going to have a problem. There is going to be a major issue that you must deal with now. And that is not good for anyone involved. So, training. Now, skills does what we like to refer to as a very gamer moment. And, let me do this very nicely. They literally just give you a giant set of skills. There's no table at all for these, by the way. They're just like, here's every skill. Here is every single skill that you could ever want. Ta-da! As you can see, 9, 13, 19, 23. I took a very I took a very basic approach of what my character was going to be. There's no skill packages. There's no skill ratings. There's no actual even chart for all the skills. There's just a gigantic list of them. And some of them are like this. I don't even know if they own half the art in here. Like, here's the seduction skill. The seduction skill is massive, and there's just a fucking line up here. The soldiering skill. This is an entire thing over here. You want... The survival skill takes up almost the entire page. Why does the swimming skill have 2 paragraphs? I don't know. I don't know. Yes, this is a unique way of more skills. Now you might be thinking, more skills from a majority of campaigns. It should not be a skill. We're not done yet. We still have the charioteering skill. It might be suitable for select campaigns. Charioteering, streetwise. I love graphic design. It's my favorite. Yeah, they kind of just throw everything at you at once. Blades is really poorly laid out, by the way. It's painful to read sometimes. But, assets. Same thing. But one thing I do enjoy about the asset system, a little bit different, is that you get poor attributes. You know, I've got 3 poor attributes. But almost every single attribute has a good aspect and a bad aspect. And they're all, and some of them are pretty interesting. So let's say, let's go down to, let's find easygoing. We'll go with distinctive. Now, distinctive has a the physical feature, scar, prominent nose, lip, or some other characters hard to disguise. And it's like, hey, it's poor. You get +2 TN to all the, checks related to disguising yourself. But it can also be good, to related to reputation. Why is there only a note that includes a reputation system? I don't know. But if you say I'm distinctively good, or I am distinctively poor, you can actually have the same one at both. I like this idea that there, like, a lot of these attributes are good and some of them are bad. And also dwarf. This actually is appropriate for degenerates. You're easygoing. Related to intimidation or formal social interaction, including most applications of etiquette. Just really easygoing. Naturally, others comfortable around you, but this also makes it more difficult for you to be pushy. Yeah. There's quite a few of these. You're fucking huge. Hey, you could actually be very good and be a good giant just as much as a bad giant. Hey, you suffer hallucinations. Hey, you're hard of hearing. There's quite a few different things that you can be, and some of them have good, some of them have bad, and you could also just be a freak experiment. Or lecherous, good. Win over somebody's cast an eye on, reduced by -2. Acting is virtually addicted to pretty faces. Yeah, there's quite a few here, and I think it's neat. That's all I think. It's pretty neat. Now, Proficiencies. Of course, like most things in life, proficiencies are going to grant you are kind of the same thing. There are maneuvers listed under our specific applications of that proficiency. Automatically under any warrior, but a single point, in the applicable proficiency, maneuvers require payment of an activation cost. So, let's say, for example, I have, let's see, so if we look down, we're like, okay, there's quite a few. So let's go down to sword and shield. Where is it? There's spear and shield. There's wrestling. Well, of course, sword and shield is here. They just never fixed it up to actually make it look right. You get all of these different abilities. Now, the thing is, my longsword is 4. I go down to my proficiency. My longsword would be, it's at -4. It's at -2, actually. I thought it was 6. So technically, my longsword would be 6. That would be its default. But let's say, for example, I'm going to put 2 extra. Since it starts at 6, so I put them here. I can put in, my 2 extra points and make it 8. And it would be there. So I got 2 extra points that I can use whatever I want. And I can say, hey, I want to have wrestling at 2, and 2 plus my reflex, obviously, is going to be 8. There we go. That's all you need to know. I'm very good at sword and shield. I'm a very good longsword fighter. And that's that, really. You can't really go too high on these to start with. You can only go up to a certain level. Find the exact one. You can only go up to, I believe, 9. Yeah, you can only go up to 9. And see, quite a few of these do grant you things in, some of them more than others. But yeah, I chose to be a sword and shield. And shield-based maneuvers would be impossible. Quite a few different ones. Now, maneuvers are, yet again, just kind of thrown at you and said, fuck you. This game is very hard to read. There are quite a few different ones. Now, I have my very basic maneuvers kind of listed out here already. Most of them are doing the exact same thing as their Riddle of Steel counterpart. Most of them are pretty similar in more than a few ways. And if whatever I explained before, assigning dice pools and things like that, you've already kind of got how Blades of the Iron Throw handles it. A lot more of this, only available at proficiency level 3, only available here, and winding and binding. Character progression, parent powerful attributes. The big thing is you have a meta currency now. That meta currency is drama. Now, bash my fucking mic. Now, drama is always going to be handed out to people, never exchanged for another passion attribute, and does not represent a facet of his personality, the mechanical representation of heroic capability and luck. Hey, you get a little bit of drama, you get a little bit of power on there. When in doubt, throw it in there. Get a little bit of success. Hey, scene request. You buy success. Steal the limelight. We'll get to the limelight. Optional drama. Or hey, you could spend it to save yourself. Even technical enemies have it. Sort of. You can technically give it. It's a very you instead of using drama for you, he gives you drama to use it for his allies. How do you get drama? Make them laugh. Do something spectacular. Who rolled spectacularly poor or spectacularly well. Spend passion points. And karma works the exact same way as inside. The more karma you spend, the better priorities you end up with. Easy as can be. Blade of the Iron Throne is a sequel to Riddle of Steel, a much worse laid out version. Unironically, I don't like the way this game is laid out, but it's it's cleaner in some regard. It's upgraded. It just uses D12s now for all of the benefits and drawbacks that entails. You know, and hey, you want to raise your attribute? This is how much it costs you to raise your attribute by playing to your passions. Play to passions, get new passions, invest in drama, do things to spend things. All you need to know. Thus concludes Chapter 3. So, how does fighting work? Fighting works the exact same way, except the idea of the limelight. Now, Blades works in a very particular Riddle of Steel. Fuck me. I woke up this morning and my back was all out of sorts. Oof. Yeah, my back was all out of sorts and I'm still feeling it. So the entire concept is, about what actually we spend their melee pool on. So, the idea of the limelight is the swashbuckling plot once portrayed in movies. Now, how this works is a little bit strange, but I'm going to do my best to explain it. So, let's say, for example, we've got character A, B, and C fighting bandit D, E, and F. Now, character A and D, B and E, and C and F are fighting. Now, what will happen is A will have the limelight currently. A is fighting D. They have the limelight. This can go on for X rounds of combat between these two. They are going back and forth, fighting one another before something happens. Someone disengages from fight. Someone takes a nasty wound. Someone's knocked over. An action occurs. And when this occurs, it goes, the limelight leaves. It'll go back in time a little bit. It might go back to the start. And now B and E will go on for Y rounds. It could be 1 round. If B immediately opens up and stabs the fucking bandit in the eye and kills him immediately, the limelight's done. He's over. And then it would go to C. It could be Z rounds. Nothing may occur there. It could be 5 rounds of nothing happening. The limelight is a weird system. The way that it is made, the way that it is worded, the way that it flows is very different than anything I've really seen before. So, something significant happens. We call this a cliffhanger. Hanger could be a wound, it could be a combatant being killed, a weapon being lost, something. Now, the idea is, the one PC is out for some surprise tactics. Obviously, whose limelight is handled first. Don't dictate the order of the limelights. Ref taps players in the ascending order of their CG. CG being their sagacity, of course. Actually, no, it'd be cunning. Yeah, low CGs go first, high CGs last, with ties broken by reflex. So, hello, plane. Thus, characters with high control of the initial limelight order. Now, rounds of limelight. Yes, neither exchange nor combat rounds take place in a fixed amount of time. Rounds could be as easy as 1 second, as much as 5 seconds. All realigned to the same point in time. who just played 2. At any point between one player's limelight completion, the next player's limelight that not yet has limelight mode within the round may steal it for drama. So, now there's some weird shit you can do with this particular way of doing it. Like, for example, let's say for example we get into a fight. You get knocked over, limelight ends, I kill my combatant. Now, normally, you're going to go first, and the guy you're fighting is going to fucking kill you. He's going to go up there, he's going to stab you to death. There's nothing you can do. I could steal the limelight, go before you, rush over to you to kill the person who's trying to kill you. And then it would be your limelight again to do something else. Which does lead to a very interesting situation of, more commands at all, but different entirely. Yeah, this role can actually be a lot of things. From firing a missile, even cocking a heavy crossbow, loading it, and then discharging it, accomplished within the space of a single limelight, or casting a spell. NPCs, even the most important ones, do not have a limelight. Yes, NPCs do not act on their turn. That's a big thing. The NPCs do not have a turn. You have a turn. And there are NPCs interacting with you. Not the other way around necessarily. They, very rarely will things actually have these. If you have any questions, feel free to ask at this point, by the way. This is incredibly, esoteric. So, it's kind of like, hey, bandit, there's a bandit is fighting you. The bandit will not act until it is your turn in the limelight. So if your friends delay before you, they can run, they can deal with their combatants and then rush in to assist you, and then suddenly time snaps forward and, the guy's surrounded and he's going to get fucking killed. The order of combat stances: aggressor, defender, initiative. During the first half of the exchange, aggressor defends. Pretty much the exact same thing, dice for attack, aggressive, defensive, and neutral. Same idea. Only affecting the first blow. Initiative now has the initiative. Well, what does this mean? Well, you can do the exact same shit as you could do in Riddle of Steel. Easy enough to understand. You're even making the same target zones. So you're saying, hey, I want to swing left, I want to swing right, I want to, I want to swing for the head, I want to swing for the shoulder, I want to go for the stab at the groin, I want to stab at the chest, I want to stab at his arm, or whatever. Easy enough to understand. Generally speaking, all target numbers for a check come to an ATN, or the DTN of the target, of the weapon. Easy enough. Hey, what's my weapon? My arming sword. I want to spend, 6 of my dice to make a thrust at you. I'm going to make a thrust. Let's see. I roll. I got 2 successes. Let's say, for example, you're going to defend with 5. You're going to try to make a parry. You roll. And you parry with 1, because you have a DTN of 7 on your thing. So I would hit you. I'm thrusting. I would do DR as 1, so I've got 1 success. I got 1 success over you. I've done 1 extra damage. So I've got 2 plus whatever my strength modifier is. Which is quite a bit. So, new exchange, which is execute offensive maneuvers. Sneaking attack doesn't do anything. Weapon reach, exact same way of weapon reach, how that works. Now, you choose where exactly we're going, except if you're doing ranged weapons. If you're doing ranged weapons, you have to roll, of course. Of course, you can also buy different attack locations. This is new from Riddle of Steel. You can buy that you want to shift it up and down, and say, hey, I don't want to hit your shoulder, I want to hit your head with this. spend 2 of your pool, and you suddenly hit their face. Now, half of your brawn is then added. So, look at my half of my brawn rounded up. So it would be 4 of my brawn. So, I've done 2, 4, 6. So, congratulations, I've now done 6. I've done 6 damage to you. You take whatever your brawn is, and I might deal 2, 3 damage to you. Not much at all. Because, yeah, they reduce the damage across the board pretty extensively. It's a lot harder to get absolutely murked and nay-nayed in this game, and wearing armor does actually contribute a very powerful amount of protection. You wear mail, getting hurt is going to be a lot more complicated. But getting stabbed in the face is going to be a lot different. You know, you get stabbed in the face, you're not going to survive it. You know, armor value, wound value. But you also have a larger pool of dice. Because remember, I have a pool of 14 d12 to spend. So, am I really going to want to roll 5 dice, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Or do I want to roll 8? And, roll dog shit. I said, I want to roll 8. I want to roll 8 on my attack. 8 on my attack for a thrust. That's what I want to do, of course. Okay, no, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 successes. We're doing good. We managed to do. So that's 4. So let's say you want to protect that. You fail and you get 3. Actually, we'll say you get 2. That's 2 plus 3. That's 3 damage plus my 4. That's 7 damage. Even against something pretty simple, even like a Gambeson, that's still, well, not much. It's still a level 3 wound. Still pretty bad. Yeah, even taking like a level 3 wound is not going to be too hot for you. Yeah, as you know, Otho's weapon has damage rating of 2, weapon when inflicted with a subtotal or impact rating of 11. Rolling your location of D6, we reference hit Otho to Otho Olaf's unprotected neck. That is BN from the impact, for 11 minus 3 to 8. 8 defaults down to a level 6 wound, indicates the complete decapitation. Getting hit, you need to get a really, really heavy hits to do a lot of damage in this game. It's harder to get a lot of nicks. You're either going to end up with nicks or a big hit. You know, everything's described separately, as usual. Blunt weapons can knock you out. Shock and pain work pretty much the exact same. Pain works pretty much the exact same way. Now. Yeah, so pain, shock, blood loss, same idea. You lose all your blood, you're not going to have a good time. You can get KO'd, knocked down, making basic terrain checks. Even movement's very vague, usual. Getting fatigued, evasion, full evasion, duck and weave. Technically, there is also partial evasion, using the exact same target numbers almost. Everything is just boosted by 1. It's a lot easier to dodge in this game. We'll say that. It's a lot easier to dodge. The issue being that it's a lot easier to dodge, and if you fail to dodge, you're going to get your shit rocked. And getting that, that duck and weave is a little bit more complicated. It does during an exchange duck and weave. So Otho evades the javelin crossbow. He's not aware of the cross movement and does not use erratic movement. 8 and his crossbow bolt 10. MP is 13. He distributes 7 dice. And again, parry shit. Block it. Put a large shield between you and it. Now, they did change the shields, that every shield is actually slightly different from one another. Versus what a melee weapon, a thrown weapon, or a projectile. A projectile is if someone is aiming their bow at me and they fire, my shield, it's going to be a lot more difficult for me to block it with my shield. But if they are going to attack me, it's going to be a lot easier. Pretty much, a sword boardsman with his shield, with his small shield, pretty much got a 50-50 of blocking shit with his shield. It's pretty consistent. Does not equally apply all locations. Dirty leather iron helmet will thus have a different AV, not the crown of his head, than his guts or shins. Now, you may be wondering, all right, armor has to be pretty detailed. This is the entirety of the armor table. Do they tell you where any of this is? No, they don't actually. They do not actually tell you where anything is. It's just saying it's here. Yeah. Again, you're going to be a naked fighter man, based not on the fact that you must, but because this is the only armor available. Yeah, scale armor. Yeah. Brigandines and males, range combat. Kind of the range combat did get a small overwork. And instead of having to like, oh, you're building it up and things like that, you instead are, you are instead rolling with your archery pool as normal. You're not building anything up. You launch a missile attack, and that's what you do for your limelight. Yeah, decide things based off common sense. Does not mean the character chooses the objective. While failure, you must make a shot at a longer range. Yeah. Ready hand. Yeah, there's a lot more when it comes to, like many aspect is handled by a slightly abstract way. Thrown weapons. Generally speaking, you got about you get a little bit more. You get a little bit more. Oh, you wanna roll? All right, let's roll. I'm gonna hit you in the head, or let's see. Hey, I would hit you in the lower leg. I've shot you in the fucking shin. The big thing, range don't have to worry about all the mechanics going into it anymore. The thing that you have to worry about now is cover a lot. Hey, there is an archer over there. What do we do? Get behind fucking cover. Get behind a shield. Like, get behind something to put something between me and them. So, initially I thought this was all from Mountain Blade. Turns out this isn't just the Mountain Blade artwork, even though that's just immediately what I know these images from. Yeah, animals in combat. Yeah, there are animal rules. You want to fight an animal? You can. There's two kinds of animals in the world. There are dogs and there are horses. That's all you need to know. If you ever want to know, hey, what else am I doing? It's probably a dog. So, Skull Splitter is a Danish reaver. Yeah, also, do you know that this is a sword and sorcery world, except it's also Danish? From Shrine of the Orkneys. Now, this is what I mean, that there's a weird sense of being that this is, oh, it's sword and sorcery. But here's also an entire, like, the example combat presented is not a, it's not like Bronan, it's not Brugo, the barbarian, cutting someone in half. No, it's Skull Splitter, a guy from Denmark. Pictish savages. Oh boy. So, Rush Scold. Reinforce the combat will take place particularly bad footing. Let's ignore 95% of the rolls. Whoop. That. So, declares aggressors. Reflex pose who at fractionally first. Announces the player announces a cut diagonally above the kip's head and shoulder. Target zone 4 with all 14 dice. Executed at long range. Declares a thrust at the groin for all 8 dice. Is checked with a target number equal to the weapon's attack. The pick spear's reach of M and Scold's XL. Receive bonus die. Oh no. Roll 7 die against TN7, achieving but 1 success. And yep. Hey, the pick goes first. Oh no! Activation cost of 4 dice. After the previous bad luck decides to play it safe, purchase 2 bonus dice, activating more of his pool. And he rolls again. Congratulations. You steal initiative. Yeah, remaining MP dice 8. Pick cannot defend. He gains a quality of success of 4. Rolls D6 cleaving damage table, giving 3 result of a crosscut across the percent, which is protected by a leather jerkin. So you get 4 successes, adding half his brawn, which is 8, adding DR, 3 plus 1 for striking armor, for a total of 12. Rating is subtracted from his brawn and his armor for a wound level 6. Then he rolls counter, and he rips someone's face off. This is a one encounter, mind you. This is in graphic detail, but this is one encounter is effectively 3 pages. Welcome to the travel section again. Welcome to the sorcery section. Sorcery got changed. Sorcery has been changed yet again. Very important. It is not an academic, scholarly pursuit. Practitioners do not theorize, do not engage in complicated, convoluted experiments, do not conduct research into sorcery's underlying principles, and to apply them in novel uses. Effectively, you're instead of like the aging and you're like practicing and trying to get spells to work properly. No, it's not intelligence or erudition. It's there, by the way. Dealing with strange alien powers, doing strange alien bullshit. Manipulation of the ultra-mundane powers are at best alien and hostile toward humanity. Pretty much most people are going to have very basic spells, and you're just going to see like sorcery pool is never going to be huge. It's not really supposed to be huge. And depending on whatever you are, the difficulty to actually hit with these change. But the problem you're always getting, this is the big thing. You're always trying to deal with taint. So let's say I want to select a mystery. Once the check is made, second half of the SP must be spent immediately to contain it. If you don't contain it, it's going to blow up in your fucking face because spell magic is spooky. The sorcerer himself or somebody he does not wish enscrolled. Oh no! Yeah, it's one wound level, level 1 wound. Depending on the setting, this may manifest as withering, bleeding, scorching, or other form of generic damage. So, you've used Taint. Opens himself up to alien god monsters. Oh no. Now, what do? Every success imparts 1 taint, -1 for each success of the containment check. The more taint you have, the harder it is to cast spells, and the more people are fucking scared of you. Every 12 hours, roughly speaking, your taint dissipates. So a sorcerer who wants to go full gamer mode wants to burn a lot of his power in the attempt to kill you, but he might get a lot of taint, and to kill If you want to deal with a wizard reliably, go for that shit when he is tainted. When they are at their weakest, throw a knife at them. Oh no, he's doing magic bullshit. What do? Throw a rock at his head. Yeah, current taint must be equal to higher his health, and he must either acquire at least 3 points of taint at one. Yeah, you can get taint to fuck your day up. Now, you do have some basic mysteries: cursing, enslaving, mending, prophecy, scrying, and witchfire. If you make a curse, making a curse actually imparts the problem. There's a full thing on curses. And I like this. Enslaving. There's a very important... Every single mystery does have something going on with it. And every single one of them is unique. You don't really get much in the way of customizing each one. But they change it out for, instead of... How do I want to word this? Instead of being something really, convoluted... we just gotta build individual spells. They say, fuck that. Here's some very basic spells that you can just do. Any sorcerer can make a curse. Not the gamer word, no! Any sorcerer can make a curse. Doesn't matter. You're a sword and sorcerer. You are dealing with forces beyond the colors of time. Now, are you the kind of sorcerer to make a curse? Probably. Hey, any sorcerer can throw witchfire at your head. It's not a question of can you, it's the answer of why are you and should you at this moment. Oh no! Look, there is a person approaching me. Should I use my ancient powers of demigod magic to blow his face off with witchfire, or do I stab him in the face with my sword? That's a good way of solving a crisis. Oh no, there's a problem. What if I just stab it to death? I do appreciate that, as a wizard, you're not crippled or anything like that. You're not like entirely helpless. It's not like, oh, you're a wizard, you can no longer use weapons. You want to enslave people using necromancy? That's cool, you can do that. Hey, you want to create abominations? Hey, you want to... Yeah, there are some... These are the super mysteries. These are like the arcane bullshit that you can learn because you're super cool and you do that. You see in, like creeping, find a weakness spot, psychic defenses. You can actually engage in psychic battle. Again, most psychic battles can be easily dealt with by throwing a knife at the problem. Or stabbing them. This is the brutal onslaught of eldritch power attempting to outright shatter the opponent's defense. By the assigned defense side. If the defender wins or ties, he immediately assumes the part of the aggressor. He's brutally broken the opponent's defense and inflicts damage of an impact rate equal to the number of successes, not just surpassing defense successes. Yeah, so... Yeah, dealing with the problem, again, just beating someone to death is also an option. Deflecting, trying to endure. Yeah, ultimate wizard battle is a tactic of getting the hell out of the fight. Yeah, when in doubt, just start casting, start blasting. Now, they do the big thing on, like, hey, what's sword and sorcery gaming? How should you sword and sorcery? As someone very clearly said, why does every single one of these characters have dick-sucking lips? I don't know. I also don't know why Budget Casca has shown up. But hey, that is the default for many characters I've learned. Yeah, it's very sword and sorcery. Things are there. There's tales, there's mystery, there's problems. 20 tips for running your Blades game. Paint a picture. Final word, the Iron Rule. So, they actually use, this is kind of an interesting little note here. The default setting for Tales of the, we like Budget Casca though. The default setting is Zoth. Uh, actually, it'd be the World of Zoth. This is actually the default setting of it. The fantasy adventure module is set in the world of Zoth. Book is usable in any sword and sorcery setting, easily adapted to any fantasy role-playing game, rule set, or edition. You can technically do this whatever you want. This is, you want to play Zoth and Pathfinder? Cool. You want to play Zoth and 5e? Cool. Hey, bunch of freebies of adventures and stuff. This is effectively a full-on like publishing setting. I don't know how you would word it. It's pretty much just, here's a sword and sorcery setting that you can use for whatever the fuck you feel like. It doesn't really matter. A lot of this is 5th edition stuff because they've gone full on 5e. Because obviously, because that's where the money is. But Barbarians of Lemuria, Vaults of Yggdrathrope, Low Fantasy Gaming, Mongoose Legends, Blades of the Iron Throne features as the default campaign setting. Yeah, Blades of the Iron Throne literally uses a default campaign setting, and they're like, yeah, here's the 5e rules. I feel nothing but absolute pain. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, team. 5e skills and how to use them. Like, there's something incredibly painful. Like, for some reason, there is something horrifically painful about this entire thing being like, oh yeah, make sure you buy all the 5e books. Oh yeah, this game uses the default campaign setting. Conversions to other game systems. Other game systems. Some part of me seems so painful. Yeah, you want to learn a little bit about Zoth. They do go over Zoth. I didn't really read anything. Of course, the appendices. More horrible things you can do. You've carved through your opponent's face. You've ripped someone's face off. You blow their head off. Sometimes it's in italics, sometimes it's not. It kind of depends whenever you want it to be. Graphic design is my passion, and you cannot stop me. But yes, this is, most of the weapons are, as usual, most of the weapons are actually the exact same. As you can kind of see, 7/7. Most of them aren't too different. Some of them are a little bit more exotic. Some of them, definitely. But you can have a Spatha, a Gladius, or a Xephos, or a Viking sword. You can also have a crescent daggers, parrying daggers, a mace, flanged mace, spiked mace, ball and chain. You have all these different kinds of weapons. All the weapons of your desires. And we actually have more NPCs in this game. Yes, we have so many more NPCs to worry about. And that's really it. You want to fight a fanatical assassin? Cool. Hey, you want to fight a large dog? Cool. You want to fight a saber tooth? You can't because there's no yeah, if you really want to go for it based on the monster's feline instead, yeah, want to fight a were-tiger? That's cool. You can fight a tiger if you want. Yeah, that's Blades of the Iron Throne. Here's the thing. Is Blade of the Iron Throne better or worse than Riddle of Steel? It's better than the Riddle of Steel. It's, damage isn't as extreme. You have no more naked dwarf scenarios. You have no it's a little bit more grounded in how things are supposed to be going. Skills make a little bit more sense. Character creation makes it a little bit more simple to understand. A lot of little things. Is the game easier though? No, and it's a lot harder based not on the fact that it is that it's like a harder, more like dense game. It's more complicated, just because it's laid out terribly, and it's just really hard to read. That's why it's difficult. It is a lot harder because it's just harder to read. And turns out reading books is what you're supposed to do. Now we've got there's a very unique game that we need to there's a few things we need to talk about next. So this is Sword and Scoundrel. We are not going to go over Sword and Scoundrel today. You may wonder why. Why are we not going Sword and Scoundrel? Well, technically it's also Band of Bastards. Well, more accurately, Band of Bastards was the first version, Sword and Scoundrel was the second version. But why aren't we going over this game? Well, very simple. So, we go to Sword and Scoundrel RPG. We go to Sword and Scoundrel RPG, Grand Heresy Press, open beta document by Zornhouse Studios, updated 2018. Oh, well, obviously Zornhouse Studios, but who's this Grand Heresy Press guy? What the hell's this? This doesn't make any sense. What the fuck is... Okay, this looks like to be the exact same thing. Like, okay, is there forums? No, the forums are gone. About Us. Well, there's Brooks Daly, Agamemnon. There's Henry Higgins and George Barbosa Webb. But wait a second. Who the fuck are you? Who's Jackson Mallory? Mallowy. Mallowy? Who's Mallowy then? There's Webb. There's Sean Cochran, Henry Higgins? What? Where's this Agamemnon guy? So I needed to do a little bit of delving in of who the fuck everyone is. This is Zornhouse Studios. This is Grand Heresy Press. These are the exact same company. They are the exact same people. And at first, I was like, what the fuck is this? This makes no sense. Sword and Scoundrel, Brooks. Okay, Sword and Scoundrel is now Brooks again. Where's Mallory? Some of these haven't been updated since last year. 2015, Grand Heresy Press. Why is he citing Grand Heresy Press? This is Zornhouse Studios. And this is why we aren't going over anything. Why we are not going over this particular game today. So, this is the Fect Club book. Fect EE 0.01. Experimental Fect book. First late select only version of Sword and Scoundrel Essential Edition Fect book. And we use the kit to test out various aspects. Returning Scoundrels. Split pool mechanics in which game launched on TTRPG way back when. That's not to say the context books are identical. That's several years of design experience. Through obsessive iteration. The rules presented are meticulously polished results. Yeah. Fun fact. The version they're actually selling on DTRPG, version that we just saw, the one that is a silver fucking seller, this is not the updated version. They've changed it. This is a completely different version of the game. I'm like, that's kind of weird. This is updated November 4th, by the way. This is 0.1. November 4th. I'm like, what the fuck? 28. And nothing was adding up for me. I was like, wait, this came out in 2018. And they mentioned things way back in the day, actually. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, huh? And initially I was like, okay, what the fuck's going on here? Like, what's going on, guys? Like, what's poppin'? Yeah, this is weird. So, somewhere along the way, Grand Heresy Press turned into Zornhau. Somewhere along the way, they came, alright, they just changed the name. That's fine. People change names of companies all the time. A little bit easier to find Zornhau than it is to find Grand Heresy Press. So this is Sword and Scoundrel. Like, alright, everything makes sense here. But they also had a Patreon. So if we go to, let me do Grand Heresy Press Patreon. July update, bare bones, skin deep. This is 22nd. Complicated Sword Scoundrels has been very overwhelming. Not less because we simultaneously rewriting the game as an essential edition project, cutting things as we go. They effectively rewrote the entire game. From the sounds of it, multiple times from that 2018 release. It's like, oh, well, here's all these basic ones. But then, like, right here, show up on the Patreon. I'm like, okay, so you see this Grand Heresy Patreon here. I was like, okay, wait, that's, what the fuck is going on here? It was very strange. And if it was just, oh, hey, we changed the name, that would be one thing. They clearly didn't. Because it's a different Patreon. Like, Zornhau is a different company. I couldn't really find a good reason. Or, like, what's the reason they changed things? Or, why did things get changed around? Couldn't really find any good explanation. Blog, so this is, as you kind of see here, this is kind of the basic look for it. Grand Heresy forums are gone. This is Grand Heresy, and everything adds up again. It's the exact same thing, but the weird, it's like, hey, but if you notice, the price changed. They're dollars. I don't know if it's just because I don't know if they just changed it because this is a way back machine thing, or I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. It's such a unique thing to like take a note of. It's like, oh, everything else is the same. It's just weird. I don't know what's going on here. What inspired us? Fact book update. Yeah, this is the meme one. They made it like Raid Shadow Legends. Where is the... Now, this is one of those things. Watching the project but aren't on Discord. Live edition is now fixed in live. You can see it here. Oh, the live edition. But looking at it, I was like, alright, okay, maybe this is a Notion version of the game. Live edition, most recent version of the SS... Or... But like... Hey, you can also get it on Patreon or PayPal like Grand Heresy. Okay, so this is back in, if we go to this would be way back. Like this is, or fucking was it? This is back in 2020. Where if we go to the blog, looks like a majority of these things, see, like November 7th, 2023, November 14th, 2023. This is pretty recent. As you remember, Yeah, it's like 2021, so it's like, was this like a recent thing they shifted over to a new website? Like, it really can't be that recent. Like, it can't be that long ago they shifted over. But I'm like, okay, like, when was, yeah, here's what we can do, actually. Because I am a smart boy who, and we'll see that in a minute. So let's go here and let's just look at this. So, Wayback Machine, Sword of Scoundrel. All right. Oh, not archive that web URL. So, go back to 2020. So if we go to 2020, if I'm correct, anyway, this should still be Grand Heresy. So we're establishing a timeline here. This is the important thing. Yeah, Grand Heresy Press. So Jacob, again, Jackson Malloy. In case you're wondering as well, Jackson Malloy cannot find anything on the guy. Malloy. I don't know if he's just someone else's name or what. The only thing for like a Jackson Malloy I was able to find is this, which doesn't sound right at all because it's Jackson Good Malloy. Doesn't really sound like anything. Doesn't quite look right to me anyway. Or it was, where was... There was another one of like, yeah, so this project dead. Yeah, learn the lessons of the Forge community. Yeah, because if you like Burning Wheel and its narrative inclinations, you'll love this too. Riddle of Steel and Burning Wheel had a child. Band of Bastards, called Song of... It was going to be called Song of Blades, because another game called Song of Swords is now available. Different designers. Name change. So, at some point between 2020 and 2023, I think this would have to be within the last year. Honestly, I think this had to be within the last year. Easy. Or even less. They changed the name to Zornhau. And Jackson Malloy is AWOL, I guess? I don't know who he even was. But this is where things start getting really strange. So, obviously, we've got this notion here. Influences and inspiration. Apocalypse World. Ars Magica, Blades in the Dark, Burning Wheel, Fate Core, The Riddle of Steel, Sorcerer. Or dice mechanics based on Burning Wheel. Burning Wheel in Apocalypse World. Burning Wheel. Burning Wheel. With a little bit of Riddle of Steel. Burning Wheel. Riddle. Clocks. Crib from Apocalypse World and Blades in the Dark. Weapons and armor codices were broadly inspired by the scripted approach to weapons in Apocalypse World. Full melee and flows, Riddle of Steel. I don't know why that immediately harmed me. There was something immediately emotionally damaging about that. But in case you want to know why I'm not going to go over Sword and Scoundrel, very simply put, I don't know what to go over. And I don't... like, that's the funny thing. I don't know what to go over. Do you go over the version that is readily available and people have purchased? Because remember, a silver reward requires you to spend at least 50 cents to achieve one sale. If you have 50 cents, you are doing, you've done it, you've got it. But that's EE 0.1. The new site. The new site. So it's a news source. Yeah, from the variety of reasons, so I will not bore you. The Grand Heresy imprint is being retired. So it had to be November 4th is when things changed. I didn't even notice there was a live Google Doc. Yeah, it's 0.1 from like November. Like, here's the thing. This could be really good. This could be the perfect game. This could be the ideal situation. Wound wheels. Agonizing. But, like, is this all we're working with, guys? Like, a 0.1 edition? No, I ain't going over it. It ain't released. So that's why we're not going over Sword and Scoundrel. And in case people want to ask why we're not going over it, is because legitimately it's a 0.1 edition that is out. And I don't feel... This is the kind of thing that next month there might be a completely different version of the game available. I do not know. It's not like we're getting ready to release it. It is a 0.1 that is a glorified Google Doc. It's not like a first draft. No, like that's, you've already sold this shit. I'm a little bit. Did they abandon it? Did they like leave it to die? Like, but Notepad, that's your games. Well, here's my thing, Horace. I'm gonna give you a very secret important thing here. I didn't release a game 5 years ago, and people have bought that game and then decided this month effectively to just redo it. That's a little weird to me. Oh, my shit's free. You are free to access it. But there are games that I have like, so this is it. It's done. It's a very weird situation with this one. Not in 0.1. That's, I don't know. Something feels very odd with that. I think they literally rewrote the game about 3 times. So I'm like, oh fuck, which version of the game is real? So yeah, that's why we're not going over that one in detail. Let's see. But we are going over one game. You could argue this is the capstone. This is the climax. The game you've all been waiting for. The one that you want and the one that you know. Welcome to Song of Swords. An exciting role-playing game that is issues. That there are issues, TM. So, who's behind this beautiful disaster piece of a game? Well, first things first. Song of Swords. We need to go back in time a little bit to Kickstarter time. Yes, back to the Kickstarter era. Welcome to Opaque Industries. Has Opaque done anything else? No, they have not. The main person is Zachary Irwin. Sort of. Is Zachary Irwin around? Well, no, not really anymore. We go to TTRPG. This is Zachary Irwin. This is game production set, from Sacramento. He is supposedly the co-founder and president of Opaque Industries. I also serve as game designer and producer. Our first Kickstarter completed at $35,000. He's been here since 2013. QA specialist, software test engineers. He worked at Ubisoft for a while. And recently, it seems, a QA specialist. He was a QA specialist from March. So he's been, so who knows where he is now? But this is Zach. Hey, Zach. I don't know if Zach works for Opaque Industries anymore. That's a very interesting question to have. I legitimately do not know if he is still around. Because if you look at Opaque Industries these days, if I go to their Discord right now, I'm going to go to their Discord. There is one person currently in charge, and that's Jingo. But generally speaking, that's not also. We go through all of the members of all of the various members of the server, of the official Opaque Industries server. There's one person who works at Opaque Industries. That's kind of weird. Who's behind everything? This guy, Jimmy Rome, lead game designer and co-founder of Opaque Industry. He's running iterative tests for years. Taylor, gone. No idea where he is. Zach, no idea where he is. They are not on the official Opaque Industries Discord, though. The guy who is claiming to be the president of the company is not actually on the official Discord. It's almost entirely this guy, Jimmy Rome. Or James. And it's like, oh, that's kind of weird. But if you look here, oh, we made a good 35,000 of a 12,000 goal, February 2018. All right. Well, we're going to click on a funny button here of the comments section. Guess it was a scam after all those months. Still haven't received my drive-through code. Almost May 31st deadline. It seems like they've abandoned this and the SOS FB site. 1 year that few Kickstarter will not have any physical rewards and not get any refunds either. So much for a refund offer. Have any of the physical stuff been sent out? It would be nice to get our hands on revised PDFs to shorten the wait for the printed books. Yeah, revised PDFs. We don't have a revised PDF. I couldn't find it. I actually looked around. I asked people who would have it. They said they never updated it. Yeah, but it isn't lost. But could you update explain why we haven't heard from you in 1.5 years? Yeah. Hey, folks, no major progress in a while. Taylor. This is a year ago. But we do have a pathway of getting printer materials sent out. So Taylor was still in here a year ago. But no one else. I don't really. Taylor is here, but not Bones. Art director and project manager, but not Zach. We don't really know what happened there, and Bones or whatever the fuck his name is isn't actually on the server, which is weird. Which here, you know what I can do. Let's actually see. Oh, that's not. So let's see. Craig Taylor. So no, it would be Bones. Let's look at. I'm literally on the Discord right now. I'm looking around. Let's see. Bones, Skeleton, same time. Mostly people talking about Bones. We need Claymore. What's Claymore? Stunted Claymore. Let's see. Stunt and let's see. Let's see. There's gotta be. Get one job, Claymore. One job. Hmm. I'm literally like going through trying to find. Yeah, so Claymore seems to be gone. Yeah. Yeah, Claymore's gone from the server. He left. Claymore used to work for Chaosium. Yeah, it's... I don't know where anyone went. So, these guys had to... Claymore must have left at least 2 years ago. Sung Source Magical Sourcebook when it will happen. It will all absolutely have... Uh-oh, scam alert. Mobile game industry truly cursed. He went back to his home planet. I think Claymore left 2 years ago. Or at least a 1 to 2 years ago. Claymore left. And he is now gone. And the thing is, this is the funny thing. You got to remember. So we've got to, hey folks, Taylor was here. You know, it's like, hey, what about a tangible timeline? After 3 days, good to hear from you. All that radio silence has been due to personal tragedy. So Taylor has been around since at least a year ago. Over a year ago, though. Yeah, the game is dead, or never coming. A year since last update. I've reached my limit of patience. Report the project to Kickstarter. Project's beyond a joke. Dead, dead, dead. Yeah, everyone, it was like, yeah, this game is fucking dead. So, yeah. The Magic Compendium's never coming out. The NPC Builder's never coming out. And none of that shit's coming out. And there was a revised PDF copy. Supposedly came out soon, but it's not. The print run based on the currently available version or the long-promised revised one. Yeah, about a year ago, they said yes. The project was first formed to deliver a complete core rulebook. Update coming this weekend. Lost maybe had huge life stories month, like many of you. Yeah, they're like, it's pandemic. Project's on temporary hold until we get our back to life to a normal place. Our team is working, and as such, we can only hope. Yeah, they effectively said COVID. Now, if we go to updates, February 15th, 2021, April 30th, there was an update for the hard copy. We're happy to say we have an update. In order to have you ship your book, please send an email here. Shipping times, custom charges, what's next. Putting together a sample of the magic book for you all, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Yes, let me receive my backer code. Yeah, I'll stand corrected. You guys got the book to print. What the heck? Yeah. So, apparently, from what I know, at one point, the Opaque Industries guys, there were a team. There were a team of 3 of the main guys, and there were other people involved as well. There were kind of the exterior people who were doing like art and art assets and some writing things. Then there were the 3 main guys. Taylor is AWOL. I have no idea where he is unless he just doesn't want to exist on the main company server. That's kind of weird, but all right, cool. Maybe he doesn't want to do that. Taylor is gone. I have no idea where he went. He has left. He is not on the server anymore. He is not available. And when your company fucking president is gone, that's a problem. I don't know if he's dead. I don't know if anything. We don't know. We've never heard of anything. But after kind of going through all of that, it's like, okay, a little weird. You know, let me check on the Discord again. Let me do from see, it's impossible to find anything about it because see, it's hard to find anything about it was because the guy just fucking disappeared. And obviously, the guy just fucking left, and he's not available anymore. I have him pinned. I know who he is, but who he is a lot different from anything else, and it's not like, oh, it's not like there's a lot of very valuable information available, let's just say that. Like, let me think, who would be you know, look, I'm like, just look, I'm literally just like looking around trying to find like any information on it. I was looking last night and couldn't find anything, but yeah, that's to kind of give you the idea here. It's kind of a fucking shit show. It's really clear. Went back to his home planet. He's dead. At least they could tell people. I think people could comprehend a product is having a problem by virtue of the main dev stopped existing. Yeah, it's because Jimmy is the main developer, is the main rules developer, but I don't know what happened here. I think the company collapsed, and because the company collapsed, either due to infighting or due to, because if you notice, this isn't Jimmy saying anything. This is not Taylor saying something. This is Opaque Industries TM saying it. And apparently it's Zach. Apparently it's Zach saying it, but I don't know what's the deal there. Does Twitter help? No, of course it doesn't help. Legitimately, it's legitimately just 2020. Like, are we following anyone? Let me see if we can. Are we finding anyone important? Is Erwin somewhere on here? Yeah, nothing. I even asked people who are pretty invested in the whole shebang, and even they are like, yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know what happened to any of those guys. Yeah, so yeah, Zachary Irwin is effectively AWOL at this point. I have no idea. James Lacombe, he is still around. He's Jimmy. Taylor is also maybe still in, maybe not. I don't know, because he's not. Because he's definitely not showing himself, and it doesn't help that, again, it's just Opaque Industries of what it is on the drive-thru, and it's not like this drive-thru is done. It's not so bad. It's still a gold seller, but yeah, up and over the final print errata from May 2023 print run. The book's entire Kickstarter project has been abandoned. We haven't had any update from the publishers in years. Yeah, This game's got issues. If you notice, they don't even cite the Discord. They give you the Tumblr, the Google Plus, and a Facebook. Yeah. Deep lore. Oh boy. But there's a little bit of history here that I wanna see if I can find. And I mean what I want to find it is I wonder if I can find it. Right here. Welcome to Fecht Threat, Song of Sword. Yep, Song of Swords was fairly popular for a while. And it was very popular for a while for a very important thing. These guys made somewhat of a name for themselves fighting on TG. Yep. You kind of see a long time ago, name fag named John Galt. I wonder if we can find John Galt. 2019 bit. We go all the way back in time. Let's go all the way back in time a little bit. John Galt. No, that's good. I want to go back further. You need to go further back. Sword of Heaven, spiritual successor, is nearing completion. The Sword of Heavens. Sword of the Heavens. Leave that ever, yeah. So somewhere along the way, John Galt and company. Somewhere along the way, these guys made the Fecht threads. And the Fecht threads were quite literally people fighting in a thread. This was Quest era, mind you. This is fucking God. I didn't realize how much. This was fucking Riddle of Steel. No Riddle Steel, not on what. We're gonna go take a usual style of weird mashups and bloody, depressing mortal demi-quest threads, step into good old-fashioned generic fantasy. Yeah. Song of Swords is a TG game. That's one of those things you gotta remember. So the company is husk of somehow still exists, but doesn't at the same time. Yeah. I think Opaque Industries is technically still alive. I think it's run entirely by Jimmy Rome. And I think Jimmy has been managing the game to the best of one man's abilities. This was not his job. This was not his job, and he did not care for it. He wanted the right rules for one thing. He wrote the rules for his one thing, and nothing else. And he's got people to convince, and he's convinced other people to help him. You've even kind of see, like, the Magic Compendium. That's never coming out. That's never come out. None of this other shit has actually come out. I want everyone to be reminded as well. 3 people backed at $500. $500. Yes, 3 people did buy a $500 pack for this game. Led by Jimmy Rome himself. If Jimmy left the project, it would be over. The Hunter's Handbook came out, but the Hunter's Handbook is also about 47 pages. So, what is this game though? What is this game? Let's see, Jimmy roam the comb. So this is what I mean by, there were other people involved. Lead game designer, additional development team, Taylor Davis, Jessica Davis, Bob Kell, all these different interior artists, Kickstarter team, Sandra Irwin, I'm assuming that's his wife or something, Jessica Davis, Taylor Davis, publishers, and all the the founders, who's the president. Special thanks to a bunch of people, and yeah, all of these people, all of them buying. Yeah, welcome to, also, do you see all of this shit with him, like, flying magic? None of this is physically possible in the game. This is the first one to introduce the concept of a gun into the world. So of course we're having to leverage, of course, our good friend. Say hello to Sword Boardsman again. We're back with Sword Boardsman, a man with a sword. So, basic thing. It's a D10 dice pool again. We've got. Have no fear, the D10 dice pool are never leaving us. Checks and rolls, attribute checks, effectively the same thing as Blade of the Iron Throne. We're going to take a set of dice, and you're going to see a required number of successes. Normally, it's going to be target number 7. You're going to roll. Every die that is above 7 is a success. Every die below 7 is a failure. That's all it is. Opposed rolls, standard TMs, rounding. We always round. Always round down. So this is probably the most fantastical version of it because they do have immediately things like dwarves and goblins and shit. Now, instead of priorities, we have PCP, our player creation points. Now, a player creation point is a set number of points that we can freely spend among our abilities. Pretty much anything. So, we see medium, high fantasy, epic fantasy, awesome fantasy. So I made a medium character. I'm very, very average. I wanted to be a very average man. So, these are our various things that we can spend our PCP on. By default, you must spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 PCP. Normally, but there's no magic in the game. Song of Magic used found in the Magic Compendium. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of times them citing the fact that the Magic Compendium exists. You're gonna notice them citing the Magic Compendium a lot. There are different racial tiers, such as tier 1 races, which are like human, to tier 5 races, which are god tier. Different levels of money, different school proficiencies, different skill points that you're allowed to spend, right? Simple stuff. Now, of course, because we have to have a different one every single time, the idea of arc is in this game. Generally speaking, Saga is kind of like the campaign, Epic is kind of like the bigger, it's kind of like your personal one, what's your thing, and not being adaptable. And like, what's your flaw arc? All of these arcs are going to contribute arc points. You're going to get an arc point every time you play to one of your arcs, or you complete an arc, or you get closer to completing an arc. Then you're going to spend that arc, and then you're going to, once you spent that arc on doing things, you're going to be able to have a good time. Things are going to be a lot easier for you. That's how you level up. That's the basic understanding of it. Now, most characters are going to have 4 luck. The 4 luck can be spent to do things. Salvation, wound reduction, target shifting, lucky shots. making a lucky break. Spend 1 luck to roll 4 additional dice and adds any successes to the total. So, attributes. Attributes are pretty standard, pretty normal. You've seen them before. You'll see them again. So, strength, agility, endurance, health, willpower, wit, perception, intelligence, and of course these go to your derived attributes. Adroit, mobility, grit. Technically that's your strength damage bonus. Toughness, charisma, and carrying. In case you ever want to know where adroit came from, it's here. Stop making fun of me. It exists. It's a word. People use it. In games. Fuck you. So, generally speaking, you can advance, of course, advance these things with Arc. It's pretty expensive to advance anything with Arc, especially when you get into the human maximums. You want to get up to 10, or you want to get up to like 9 or anything. It's going to take you a little. These pretty standard stuff, really. Adroit is any other game would be reflex, and of course agility is Kino. Agility is still remains to be the best thing in the game. Toughness isn't necessarily a stat at this point; it's its own thing, and everyone's going to have 4 toughness. Unless you have problems, in which case you are going to have much less toughness. But what is grit? Is accumulated resistance to pain, fear, and shock of injury. Grit is your will score. If you get hurt, you're going to reduce it by your wit, by your grit. It's like, I'm not in pain, I'm fine, fuck you. Now, what's going to happen is, if things go on, you're going to make a grit test to try to cope with it. Now, totally innocent, having one's feelings hurt, physically hurting someone, being confronted with death of someone close, witnessing a violent death, killing somebody, threshold, killing or facilitating the killing of a large number of people, perpetuating or surviving genocide or mass torture, empty inside, almost completely lost touch with their feelings, witnessing everything you have ever cared for be destroyed. This person is no longer technically sane, indifferent to pain and suffering, both of self and other, destroying everything you have ever cared for with your own hands. At this point, more thing than person, almost completely inured to fear and pain, while totally fearless. Yeah, most characters are going to end up about here or here. Luckily, our boy here ended up as Grit 4. He ended up with Grit 4 because he is a hard ass and took some things to bump himself up. Now, there are different... there's some different races. Are you a tier 1 race? If you're tier 1, that must mean you are a human or a goblin. If you're tier 4, you can be an Oredin, but you can't be an Oredin because that's in the Magic Compendium. You want to be a star vampire? Magic Compendium. You can play anything else if you choose it correct. Including these ones. Don't choose those. So, humans are human. Goblins get a few bonuses. And are goblins. Dwarves are tough, and they are actually tough. This is the one with most overt fantasy races, if that makes sense. And Zell, they're boat elves. That's all you need to know about Zell. They're boat elves. Baradin require to live in effectively sterile environments because they have spirit contamination. Yeah, as you notice, these look a little weird because they are weird. Oh, Hayden, they're elves. They're just elves. That's all you need to know. These are the ascended humans, the ones who have died and come back to life. Genosian paladins, they get divinity with a bunch of different rules. Deathsea and Silver Guards. They get a bunch of rules as well. The Sarturi Chosen, which just want to kill people. So, adroitness, yes! Properly foam rolls. Don't do this. Ow, fuck. Ah. There we go. So, most of these boons are pretty standard stuff. You've already probably seen these a lot more. As I kind of am just going through this very simply. One of the things is Song of Swords has the best production value of all of these games. Just at the end of the day, they have the best production value. It looks the best, it is the best looking, and it is the most readable out of all of them. If you look at it, you can read it very easily. And there's no weird, like, bad borders. Everything looks very nice. There's some spelling issues. I'm not gonna lie, there's some spelling issues in this game. There are, every now and again you'll note, I didn't mark any of them down this time, unfortunately. There are some times when things just break and you're looking at it, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Or it'll be like they won't have parentheses correctly in little things. But again, that'll be fixed in the Redux that was supposed to come out a year and a half, about 2 years ago. But hey, it happens. Character creation. Now, the thing is, you are free to select any skill of your choice and upgrade it by 1 to increase it by 1. Easy enough to understand. You can go up to 4 easily. Or you can spend 3 points and get a skill packet. So I spent all my points, because I didn't get that many skill points on this character. I spent everything I wanted to on skill packets. I just got guard and I got soldier. So I am good at those things and not much else in life. I'm not very charismatic, as you can tell with my charisma. Actually, I do have decent charisma. Intelligence is not great. We're not doing great here, but we don't need to be great. That's all that matters. Willpower, we roll a 9 will die on drilling. Most of these are pretty consistent. Some of them are, you get things like cooking. Oh boy, cooking. Or it's like, oh, drill. Oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Yeah, hunting, intimidation, observation. Generally speaking, the most skills are pretty sensible, if I can fucking speak already. Nothing too exciting here. Social classes do actually grant you a number of bonuses. Quite a few bonuses, actually. If you play a poor freeman, you get folks back home, you can get hale and hearty too, you can get literate. If you're a peasant, you can get a bunch of bonuses here. If you are a high noble, you get a bunch of fucking bonuses that you can just take right off the bat. There are some more exotic ones that you can choose. You want to play a Janissary. Janissaries are cool. Currency, currency is pretty simple. Now, this is where schools and proficiencies changed up quite a bit. And as schools and proficiencies, these are a very different beast. So I'm going to try my best to explain it. So instead of having like a proficiency in sword swinging or something, you instead have a school. And that school is your overall way of looking at things. How do you approach a situation? I chose to be a soldier. Now, I dumped a lot of my initial points. I dumped a lot of points in proficiency. I got it up to level 6. I'm a level 6 soldier. And because I'm human, I got all of my proficiencies. If you're not human, you get effectively 1 proficiency and you gotta buy the rest. Humans have an advantage. God bless humanity. However, as a soldier, you get 10 proficiencies in any kind of weapon you kind of see here. Now, as a soldier, I can use a bow, but I can't use a crossbow, a firearm, or throwing weapons. When I'm using my scrapper, on the other hand, I can't really use blunt weapons, spears, pole arms, two-handed blunt weapons, any of that shit. But I don't really want to do that. I want to get in your face and I want to beat you to death. But each of these schools also grant a bonus to, grant different bonuses. Warrior's Grit, bonus there. And some of them can be pretty exotic, such as Orthodox Fenter. Orthodox Fencer, Unorthodox Fencer. You're an officer. You're a noble. You have a complete fucking esoteric. You are just one of those weirdos who has a bunch of different abilities, or you're just actually a traditional fencer. Or hey, but then you got your proficiencies, one-handed sword, pole arms and stuff. It's entirely possible that you will take something and you just won't be actually good at using a sword, or you won't be able to know how to throw a fist very well. That's fine. Dual wielding proficiency. So proficiency default matrix. So because I have a one-handed sword, I can use any other weapon pretty reliably. That's fine. Schools do not transfer to one another. That's one of the big things. Schools do not transfer among one another. You are just specialized in that school. That is what you are good at. Now, these are your talents. Now, instead of, as we kind of go, let's go back up here a little bit. Now, as you see, as you advance through a school, you're going to pick up superior maneuvers and talents. These talents are things that grant you pretty significant bonuses. Good form. Hey, pick up this talent multiple times. Pick a new maneuver each time. Pick a maneuver you can perform, and it's just less. All right. Hey, your fortitude. Hey, your night fighter. Hey, you got head guard. Hey. And then you got things like weapon primacies. You got a bunch of these ones that go down a list that you have to kind of develop in a little bit. You're learning how to be better here, and you're learning how to be a power drawing, king of the mat. You want to be king of the ring. Quite a few different ones to kind of specialize yourself in. Yourself in more. You see some that are clearly funny, which such as walking aneurysm, superior voiding, radical horse defense. Yeah, then we immediately go into equipment. Yes, equipment is no longer hidden behind 15 different fucking pages. Absolutely not, because there's quite a few different, weapons and things to all of them, because every single weapon has a sometimes unique set of qualities and reaches and attack DNs and all that other bullshit. And of course, how can we forget a guard layer? Because yes, your defense TN and your parry TN, but also your hard AV, which is different from soft AV. If you have hard, that means you actually reduce damage if you get hit on that particular hand. Yeah, it's just like, yep, wield hit weapon hands. So, as you see, there is a lot of different weapons. One thing to also note about a lot of these weapons is you get things like kukris, and navajas, and tanto swords, kyber knife, bowie knife. Oh no. Yeah, there are a lot of different kinds of weapons. They went for a fuck setting somewhat. And just like, yeah, you want to have a... Oh, you want to have an arming sword? Here's an early, chivalric, and a late one. Hey, you want to have a basket hilt claymore? Cool. You want to have a cutlass? You want to have a espada ropera? Cool. You want to have a Karthaki dueling sword? Cool. Yeah, of course you can have a Karthaki dueling sword. You want to have a Kopesh? Go for it. You can have a Kopesh. You want to have 4 different kinds of sabers? Yes, you totally can have 4 different kinds of sabers. Want to have a wakizashi? Go for it. You want to have a fucking katana? Yes, you can have a fucking katana. It is completely valid for you to have a literal, actual fucking katana in this game. Want to have a 2-handed katana? Go for it. You want to have a no dachi? Go for it. Yeah, there's a lot of different kinds of weapons that you can fuck around with in this game. And arguably, that's kind of what you're supposed to play the game as, is I want to have a samurai and I want to fight a knight. Let's create a situation where I can have a samurai fight a knight. There is no other greater thinking going on here. There's no greater lore reason. We just want to have that to be a thing. Reverse blade. Oh, all the different... You want a Chinese dagger axe. A guandao. Want to have a yari. Various yaris. Of course. And all of them can be weapon customized. Not a lot, but you can do it. Or freakishly large. Various missile weapons. Various bows. Crossbows. Different kinds of... Different ammunition for those bows. Because you are, of course, using different kinds of ammos for the bows, right? You're not just buying regular arrows. You're buying a host of different fucking arrows. And of course, we also have various kinds of guns. You want to have a blunderbuss. You want to have a dragon, a handgun. Of course, you can also just bring a fucking rifle to a fight. Why not just bring a handgun? Why not just bring a gun to this fight? Oh, of course, how can we forget? Here's all the different ammo for the weapon types. There's what's the loading mechanism. You want to do a manual loading? You want to have a paper cartridge or paper mache cartridges? Oh, of course we have different ammunition capacities. You want to have a magazine? Go for it. You want to have a fucking wheel lock, high caliber fucking dumb shit? It's great. Various prosthetics. Literally, there's quite a few different... There's a lot of autism when it comes into just the sheer amount of things you can have. Bulletproof rondellas, heater shields, kite shields, skuntums, and pavises. Armor, though, is probably the most autistic, and it takes a lot to do. Because the thing is with armor, is layering is a thing. Like, so, attack against a hit location, armor with plate and mail. The plate armor's AVP is increased to 8 by the mail and is used against the attack. The thin blade quality is not used and the plate is being targeted, but AP thrust 3 is still in effect. So, yeah, layering armor. Because there's a fuck ton of armor. You want to have different kinds of armor? It's entirely possible. There's quite a few different... Yeah. Suit of nation. Hey, here's every single different armor component, down to the fucking visor on a helmet. Various torso armors, and mind you, all of them do cover different things. It's very important. Different arm armors, you know, different leg armor, horse armors. I did my best to try to get as detailed as possible with the armor. Generally speaking, I have a very, very simple set of armor. I just have a mail shirt on, lamellar pot helmet. I got a pot helmet on, some leather gloves, boots, some leggings, and some leather sleeves. A mail shirt and a quilted shirt. As you can tell, I'm very well protected. Not really good when it comes to blunt weaponry, though. That's my one issue. I'm not very good when it comes to blunt weapons. And I've got nothing on my neck, actually. So if I get stabbed in my neck, I'm going to die. But hey. But, okay, so this is the Buradin. So, the Buradin are a special race because they live in things called Iron Glades. The Iron Glade, because pretty much they do not like existing in reality. They do not enjoy it. They hate it, in fact. So, they've closed dates and guaranteed that most of the devices never see the light of day. Because they put in... Yes, you want to have an MG40 fucking 2. Yeah. Here's all of the different, Siegfried Reinhardt. Yeah, protective gear, protective coats, because they need to be sealed away. That's one of the things, they need to be sealed. Various Myrmidon suits, various armor augmentations. You want to have different... Yeah, they've got special weapons as well. As one can see. Yeah, do they explain how they have an MG42? No, there's no explanation to why this man has an MG42. He just does, okay? Just does. And welcome to the entirety of the monster list. So you want to fight a horse? You can. You want to fight a dog? You can. This is, quite literally, this is the extent of your ability to fight a dog. It's because they know deep down the other beasts always made fun of them from behind the back and resent all living things for it. Here breeds thirst for murder. Yeah. So, we are effectively almost done with the book. Swordsmanship, people with machine guns and Jinro armor. Yeah, effectively. Okay, now I'm gonna try to stand up and not die on the impact. Oh god. Jewish. Oh god. Okay. So, combat and adventuring. Combat. You want to build your melee CP. Make sure you build as much CP as you can. We were never going to escape. We were never going to escape this, and I hope you all know that. Melee damage, it's pretty much the exact same. If you were to say Iron Throne is chunky when it comes to taking damage, that it takes a lot to do. It takes a lot of damage to do one hit. To actually inflict a big one with, especially if they're well armored. Song of Swords believes more in the line of Riddle of Steel, where if you do end up dealing damage, it's quite easy to deal it. but they do give armor and things a lot of chance to kind of mitigate a lot of that damage. But it's not perfect, and there's a lot of ways to get around that kind of damage, and there's a lot of things you can do to get around it, and most importantly, deal with it. Strength and damage bonuses, missile damage, missile defense, 4+ miscellaneous. So generally speaking, missile defense, you always have a little bit of missile defense. Base defense against missile attacks is 4. Hey, they're just standing there menacingly. Do a shit ton of damage with a missile attack because you're a fucking baby and you ran away from it. So, target zones, hit locations. The same idea for target zones and hit locations are still in. I'm hitting you at the head, I'm striking upwards to hit your head, I'm aiming for your neck, aiming for your arms, your groin, your knees, your legs, whatever. Because if I'm saying, hey, I want to stab at your fucking chest, I want to swing forward and I want to stab you in the chest. If I go for that, I've got a pretty good chance of hitting something vital. If I aim for your lower leg, though, I might hit your foot. But here's the thing about hitting your foot. You're on the ground now. Yeah, it's the parry this casual as, you know, I stab you in the throat. Like even stabbing, like, the head isn't reliable. If you want to go for the neck, you legitimately must go for one of these two. You must aim for the neck or aim for the chest. And it's not even really that reliable in any way. So, which thigh, though? So, this is where things start getting a little bit weird, and I'm going to do my best to explain it, because they don't do a great job of explaining it. So, effectively, how combat is broken up is the idea of phases and bouts. So, you can kind of think about it like the idea of there is a phase and there's the fight. Okay. So, at a phase, form one action per phase. Multiple phases taking longer single beat in combat. Cool. How phases work. So, the basic idea is that there are 3 phases to every combat round. To every round of combat, there is a phase. So, we cross swords, we're looking at one another, we're ready to go. So, I go over here, my ADR is 5. My adroit is 5. I go on, I would not act on phase 1, we would act on phase 2 though. So, let's say we would have our first phase of the combat. We both leap into action, we both determine things. Now, we can act against one another. We're going to fight one another now. And then we get to go again, phase 2, and then we get to, phase 2, and then we go to phase 3. If you are a faster person, if your adroit is higher than them, you actually get an advantage. You are going to be able to act on, you can't declare any actions if you aren't able to do something. So if you are, let's say for example, I'm a droid. I'm a droid 7. And I'm looking at you, and we're in a melee fight. It's kind of that time slows down to a crawl. I can say, I'm gonna dump every single thing into an attack and try to chop your face off. Oh wow, I rolled 12 successes and I chopped your face off because I am 10 times faster than you. And I'm gonna be able to do something. But if you're an archer, for example, you can aim. You're trying to declare that you're trying to move. You're trying to get away from things. If you are not acting in a phase, you can't do anything. Thus, pumping your ADR is the most important thing in the game. If your ADR is 7 and theirs is 6, and you are in melee combat, you say, I am going aggressive, and I am dumping my entire dice pool for the intent to chop you in half. And then you go, shaky, 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 you put it out, and you're like, wow, I've done 8 gorillion damage and chopped your head off. There's nothing you can do to counter it. If you're an archer and your ADR is higher than them, you can aim. Oh, you have an ADR of 5 and I have an ADR of 7. Guess what? I'm going to aim, get bonus dice, and shoot you as you approach. And clink! Oh wow, you're on the fucking ground because you just took a fucking bullet to the face. You're dead. But yeah, the phase system is really weird. I am, equal number of yards per phase. The way that the phases are adroit, yes, that is what it is called. It is the ADR is adroit. Where do you think I got the term to use adroit? It's from Song of Swords. So, the idea is a bout is a regular combat round. It is like if you were actually doing a fight, you're going to do a bout. And the bouts work exactly the same. And but the thing is, you're going to, instead of declaring stance, you're declaring orientation. By revealing what the character is about, intend to attack and defend. There are 3 orientations for you to choose from. Declare their orientation first, revealing which they will not be declaring. So, instead of, I think the best way to think about it is instead of simply saying, so let's say, for example, I've got my blue die, my red die, and my orange die, my yellow die. So we're looking at each other and I'm eyeing you up and you're eyeing me up. And they're saying, hey, I'm not being cautious. And you look at them and you're like, oh, you're not being cautious? I'm not being defensive. So now you're in a situation. They have to make a call. They have to make a call now. And you are now making a call as well. So you can both go aggressive, or one of you can go, or one of you can be defensive, and you roll, and you're like, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. I'm getting a little bit worried. Oh no. And you're like, And the guy who's cautious goes for, and you who are cautious go first, because he rolled blue. Yeah, and because he rolled blue, it's like the orientation means approaching warily, intending to repel enemy attacks rather than look for an opening. Characters may declare defensive have flee and total block as their first maneuver in the bout. Yeah, so it's kind of like if you go aggressive, you get better options. But we have orientations. If both go aggressive, they need to make a check to see who attacks first. Who goes first? Hey, you roll equal, you're literally going to hit one another, dead on. And there's a chance you will decapitate one another and you will both die. Aggressive always has initiative. You both make an initiative check and prior to declaring maneuvers. So if you're both cautious, you both don't really know what the other's doing. Cautious versus defensive. And if you both get defensive, no one acts. First bout ends. That's it. Yeah, you just circle one another. This method is a lot smoother than the one in Riddle of Steel or Blade as well, the Iron Throne. Rather than having the 2-step process of declare stance, then declare what you're doing, it's straight up being like, you make a choice. You're saying red. Or you're like, okay, 3, 2, 1, and I'm going red. Okay, okay, 3, 2, 1, I'm going red, yellow. Okay, the red has advantage. Cautious can declare anything they feel like. You may be saying, why don't I just always throw? Why don't I always go cautious? Because no one has advantage over one another. That's the issue. No one has the advantage. No one has the problem. But no one is... It's kind of one of those things like you're neither getting an advantage nor losing anything. However, if both of you declare defensive, nothing's happening. But one of you goes aggro, it's kind of the thing. Saying, hey, I'm going to go defense or aggro. You don't know. What are you going to do? Do you risk it? Do you risk saying they are going to go fucking aggro? Or do you say, I'm not going to go defensive? I'm not going, fundamentally, I'm going to attack you this round. I'm going to kill you. And you could say, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to fight. I want to rip your fucking head off. Spit down your throat. And they're like, oh, shit. And you're like, well, I'm not going to go aggressive. Fuck, dude, no defensive then. You have an advantage over this person now. You're like, ha, loser. You fell for my ruse. So, the big thing is you're going to declare, whoever has initiative, whoever's going first in that bout, is going to declare what they're going to be doing. And what do? We resolve it the exact same way as we did before. So, I want to attack with my chivalric arming sword. So, take my dice, my plethora of dice, and my arming sword. I'm going to attack. I'm looking at it like, all right, so I'm going to take, let's see, I believe I've got 11 dice. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to attack with 6. I want to keep 5 in reserve for the defense. And I'm like, all right, pretty good. And I'm going to roll the dice, roll the fucking dice, roll it all the time. And I've scored 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3. I scored 3 successes. Oh no, you're going to block with 5. You're feeling pretty confident. You scored 4 fucking successes and totally blocked that blow. No, you didn't. You scored 1 success. Wow, you totally fucked up, loser. So I've got 4 hits. I got 3 hits on you. I got 3 hits. I got 3, 1, so that's plus 2. So we're doing 4 plus whatever my SPD is, which is 3. So I've done 7 damage to you. Cut. Yeah, let me rewrite. And that's pretty much it. Same idea. Whoever manages to win, good. If you leave, cool, leave. There's a lot of different things. It's like, oh, here's monster combat. There's no monster combat rules, except if you buy, like, the $14 book. That's 47 fucking pages, by the way. If you're outflanking people, you get some basic damage. Hey, when in doubt, stab someone in the back. Hey, mounted combat. What's explosions do? What is encumbrance? What is lightning? Reach? A bunch of different things. And of course, we have the mandatory resting fatigue section. Now, a vast majority of actions are pretty simple stuff. Nothing too exciting. You've probably already seen how these work. Like, hey, you spend the phase ducking and dodging enemy attacks. Roll a droid test and add, bonus successes to your missile defense score. Now, if you're making an action, this is what you're doing during the phase. You're spending a phase doing something. Hey, you want to run, you want to charge at the enemy. Doesn't matter. Maneuvers are what you're doing in a bout. So, orientation style, this otherwise character's last trait of maneuvers has initiative. So, getting started. Your new Song of Storms. These are maneuvers you should start with. They'll serve you well for most purposes. When in doubt, swing. Bend dice. Choose location. Roll dice. Thrust. Parry. Void. Void is dodge. But you can get a little bit more. You can have a little bit more, of course. There's quite a few things you can do with this game. And you can really get some interesting things going on. As you can kind of see, hilt pushing, there's an extensive grappling system in this game, by the way. If you want to play Baki the fucking grappler, yeah, you can. Nothing is stopping you. Multiple attacks. And if you've noticed, things are not alphabetized by the maneuver name. They're alphabetized by type. Because fuck you. That's why. Some of them are anyway. So, hey, you want to try to steal initiative, transformation maneuvers, Hey, I want to turn my sword into a half sword. I reduce the weapon range, and I can beat the shit out of you. That's it. You want to activate you want to half sword something and beat you over the head with a pommel? Go for it. Hey, you want to disarm an opponent, feint move, heal move, hook shots, doesn't matter. So, a lot of these are pretty simple. So if I look down at my maneuvers, this is all they give you for the maneuvers, of course. Let's just go down to page 195. This is the push cut. So, using a weapon with both a thrust TN and a swing TN to inflict cutting damage. Attack the weapon's reach at thrust target number, targeting an opponent with X dice. Roll thrusting target zone for hit location. Inflicts cutting damage equal to the strength bonus plus weapon swing damage -1 plus BS. When rolling initiative test to determine the attack order when making a push cut, you may roll 1 additional die. Not apply AP swing, AP thrust, crushing, or shock effects, however, it does apply draw damage. Effectively, the thing with the push cut is I am going in, I am stabbing you, and I'm twisting the sword real fast. In, out. Ow, that hurts. I'm in pain. But let's say I want to cleave. On a cleaving blow. Use a weapon with L rank, great. And anytime during that a swing is successful, requires from it, you may pay the cleaving blow activation cost immediately and declare a resolve a swing maneuver against a new target with a number of dice equal to the bonus successes of the previous attack. Not need to pay the reach cost. If the target is a different reach, you must pay the difference between the previous target and the new target. Placing 3 souls checking him with swords. His Zweihander, however, is a match for them. He rolls 18 dice, leaving 4 in reserve. He successfully defeats the defense of 6 opponent by 6. This kills the soldier and launches, having anticipated, activates cleaving blow, immediately spending 2 CP, make a 6 dice attack against the unsuspecting second man, scoring 3. With the second man decapitated, launches activates cleaving blow again, this time making a 3 bonus strike attack. Yes, you can, quite a few different one of these you can really play around with and have some interesting things go on. So you also get things like shield bash, for example, or tripping up people, or just shielding. Straight shield attacks are pretty simple stuff, all things considering. Now, you may see the superior here. As you advance into school, you're going to be able to get superior move. Kind of see here, I'm labeled the shield bash as a superior move. Because it's superior, I get this effect. Hey, I hit you with my shield. I bash you with my shield real fast. I hit you, I deal damage. You're going to need to make a stability check, or you're going to fall on your ass. And guess what? I'm going to beat your ass again. Or hey, this is a shield beat. Shield bash TN, targeting their weapon. Target weapon cannot be used as part of any maneuvers on the next move. Cannot be used to block for the next move. Shield is knocked out of its shield position next move. Dodge the rich combat. Because one of the ideas of shields is that you have to select whether they're high or they're low. Where do you anticipate the blow to go? So you say, hey, shield high. If they attack high, you're going to get a huge bonus. The amount of damage is going to be reduced. Yeah, there's quite a few, guarded attacks, defensive maneuvers. There's quite a few different things you can get into this game with. And if you want to do that, you totally can. But you don't need to. You don't really need to. Burn damage, quite a few different burn damage, cold damage, same thing. Falling damage, a lot of falling damage. Pain. Pain works the exact same way. It's a permanent loss, except you're doing it by grit. You do have a full infection mechanic, though. Yes, you can die of sepsis in this game. No, none of the other games had the sepsis death system, but hey, it happens. Now, again, pretty standard appendices. It's full of horrible, horrible things. The two types of enemies to kill, a horse and a dog, and the wound chart are equally terrible for everyone involved, generally speaking. Oof. So, let's say, for example, I get hit and the belly cleaves to the skull, dead. Point turns to the skull, dead. Skull crush, brain and bone everywhere, dead. Fracture below temple, possible brain damage. Again, this is much better laid out, and it's pretty easy to see what's going on. As you see, some of these, like cutting, will probably kill you pretty easy. Especially if you are, damaged windpipe, chipped spinal cord. There's a good chance that you're going to be dead if you get hit there. Or you get some really bad ones, like a piercing wound to your shoulder, because, your subvascular, you have 20 bleeding now. You're going to bleed to death within a few minutes. Unarmed, you hit someone hard enough, you may literally break their fucking arm. Hey, dead, eternal bleeding, sigh. There isn't as many immediate death ones. And a side hit does actually mean something. It's actually pretty bad. Point slam straight through the gut, severed central artery of trunk. Extenuation occurs within seconds. Blade cleaves through the body, belly straight through organs. Instant death. Not good. Yeah, central bleed, horrible bleeding, death, crippled limbs. Yeah, luckily getting your hip cleaved off isn't entirely lethal. You'll just bleed to death. Or you're going, which auto kills you. Unarmed 5. Surgery versus barren sterility. Mother of God. Yeah, upper arm won't kill you immediately, but you're not going to have a good time. Elbow won't immediately kill you. Again, you're going to have a very bad time with piercing damage. Probably get your, serious bleeding. Seek help. Yeah, you'll probably bleed to death more than anything. Yeah, knee. Leg severed at knee. Death by likely follow without medical attention. Hey, knee shadow. Knee shattered. Knee smashed. Knee snapped backwards. Onlookers may faint. Leg severed off. Ever seen Silva versus Wiedemann? Yes, instant death, minor fractures, horrible death, horrible death, horrible death, horrible death, more horrible death. And this is the entire setting document. This is the entirety of the setting that you need to know. Notepad, you say? That's not anything. Yeah, because there isn't a setting document in this game, fun fact. Yeah, there's no setting in the game. That is Song of Swords. Is Song of Swords good? I can't believe the hero of legend died of ligma. Yeah, you can be the hero of legend and get your balls ripped off. Very easy. Is Song of Swords good? Song of Swords has the best production value of all of the games. Bar none. It is probably I will say this. It is probably the hardest to get. This is one of those things, like, getting into it is immensely complicated. Because none of the other games have the phase system, none of the other games really have the sheer number of different little modifiers to different things. because you get things like, technically, textiles. As you see, this my quilted shirt is a textile. And because my quilted shirt is a textile, I actually double my AVB, nothing else. My AVB actually my AVP against, I double my AVP against missile weapons. And if that is higher than the male shirt, it would take precedence. Like, every single one of these things do something different. Every single one of them does factor into things. And there are quite a few different things going on with it. And it's like, oh, make sure you got all of these. Oh, make sure, like, a single rondel sword's got the fluid thrust, it's got a light blade, it's got a thin blade, and these all affect different things. Is it bad? No. But it's really a game about getting into a fight and legitimately nothing else. Should you play this game if you want to get a role-playing game? No. Should you play this if you want to build a samurai? You want to build a samurai and fight a knight? Yeah. Because that's what you can do in this game. It's quite simple, in fact. The best way to think about how to play Song of Swords is effectively the perfect game to not play a role-playing game, but to play like a fucking chivalry game. Like that. Like, what do you want to play? Chivalry. I just want to beat the fuck out of one another for fun and profit. Like, there's no higher... Like, there's no higher thinking, if that makes sense. And that's kind of one of the issues, I think, with Song of Swords. Outside some of its more unique issues, is that it's an immensely detailed game. It's immensely detailed. Things are incredibly unbalanced. I didn't really show Polar a staff technically being one of the best weapons in the game, because staves have the ability to just long range beat you to death. There's nothing you can do against it. It's very hard to fight it because they're just not able to get really high combat pools. Or the fact that a droid is so broken because it lets you get a free hit in. And if your droid is 6 and there is not 6, and if your droid is 7 and theirs is not 7, you can literally instant kill any opponent in the game. It is very easy to instant kill people. Makes the most adroit characters. I didn't even. That was the funny part. I didn't. You can make one very easily that gets a 7 right off the bat if you play your game, if you play your cards right. It's a bitch, but you can. You literally have to power max your agility and your wits. And it's a bitch to do, but you can do it. And once you've done it, it's like, yeah, I legitimately just get a free hit whenever I feel like. I get a dagger and I stab you to death. Like a rondel dagger right off the bat. If I stab you, it doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter how accomplished of a warrior or whatever the fuck you are. I have 11 fucking... I have a bunch of... Let's see, I've got 11 dice. Let's see, 1, 2, 3... 10, 11. I've got 11 dice here. Let's see. I'm gonna stab you in your fucking face. Stab you in your little eye socket. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 successes. 5 successes, 6 successes, plus my strength bonus probably would be 2 at that point. So that's let's see. 6. That would be 8 minus a toughness of 4. That's still a level 4 wound, potentially, to your fucking face. And let's see what would happen if I immediately just lashed out with a fucking rondel dagger and stabbed you in the face. let's see what would happen if I just ran up and like, I'm gonna stab you in the face. Let's say let's make this official. Okay, a 2. I've stabbed you in the neck for 4 damage. Before anything has occurred, you now have stun 5, pain 12. You've lost 12 dice. You're severely bleeding. There's a chance you're going to die before the end of the phase. Before the end of the round, you are already bleeding profusely. You have 12 less die. And yeah, oh, you're gonna make a swing? I get all my fucking dice back. And guess what? I can just dodge because I've got 7 fucking Adroit die. I'm just gonna run. I'm rolling a shit ton of dice. Fuck you. I'm leaving. I rolled one. I rolled 2 more. I rolled 1 more success. I would have fucking killed you instantly. That's with a Rondel dagger. Like that. That's the raw power of just having a good knife. I will say, do I think that we will see the magic book? Do I think we will see anything like that? No. I don't think we'll ever see the magic compendium. Do you think it's possible to have an attribute determine the actions you can take? You mean the number of actions you can take and not be the main thing everyone wants to max out 24/7? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because it is, you have to play on the very basic premise of the action economy. Because it does not matter. It does not fundamentally matter. Whatever you do, if I can do 3 actions and you can do 1, that's 2 things I can do that you cannot react to. Oh man, I don't do any damage though. My but I've got 3 extra actions I can do shit with. I've got more options. I've got more abilities. I've got more things to do. And I don't need to hit you. Here's the thing. I don't need to deal a lot of damage. I hit you 3 times. That's 3 times my damage. You have to make a gamble with 1 roll. With 1. And sometimes it doesn't pan out. So, out of all these 3, which one's the best? Which one is the absolute best? And I think it kind of comes down to, do you want the experience to be as fast as physically possible? And as fun and exciting and all that bullshit. Blade of the Iron Throne is the best, quote, game. And I'm putting that in very heavy quotation marks. Because Blade of the Iron Throne doesn't really have the Naked Dwarf symptom anymore, as Riddle of Steel had. You don't really have a lot of... Everything is available. Things move pretty fast. The D12 system really does make it so like you're going to be landing hits pretty consistently. You always have a lot of toys to play with. Alright, easy enough. Magic is fully integrated into the system. There's a bunch of things you can do. The issue is, the book is laid out terribly. It is legitimately hard to read, and you will lose your fucking mind reading it. So take that as a grain of salt. The best game of these, and shit behind things, is Iron Throne. Song of Swords has the best production value. It looks the best, it reads the best, and there's probably the most amount of player content in it. It's not like, here's 5 options for armor. There are literal pages upon pages of armor you can strap to yourself to make yourself look the exact way you want to look. Cool. And I think that's, that's it has a neat premise. There's a lot of weapons you can play around with. Every weapon feels very unique. The only issue with Song of Swords is that it is very complicated. With not really complicated in the same way of like, oh, this is hard to understand. There's just a lot of things you have to consider. And it's like, oh, well, here's the phase system. Here's the bout system. Here is all the little modifiers to just different scenarios, which most of the time you're probably going to forget anyway. It's like, did I layer my armor correctly? Is this correct? And everything labeled correctly? That can get really annoying to some people. Some people can get by that just fine, but that's going to be really annoying to others. Especially when you realize, a droid's really fucking good, and you always want to max it out, because why wouldn't you? Because it doesn't matter if I'm doing 5 damage or 8 damage. If I deal any amount of damage to you, I'm probably doing better than you. Riddle of Steel is very 2002. It probably plays the absolute fastest of all 3 of these. And probably it has the smoothest transition from A to B to C. It's very quick, it's very deadly. Spiritual attributes take a little bit to get used to, but generally speaking, if you just want a combat system to beat the shit out of people with, it's not bad. The issue with Riddle of Steel is, one, it's 2002, and there's no real good way of getting it. If you want to engage with Riddle of Steel, you almost exclusively have to get a scan. Those scans aren't great, and the magic system is very convoluted, very much a thing of its time. And the other thing with it is that it is very. There are certain ways to build a character that you will never die. That you can take huge wounds and just never go down unless the enemy does something very particular, but if they do that very particular thing, you have a perfect response to it. That can be kind of annoying to some people, and that may not appeal to you. But, generally speaking, that's the decisive opinion among these 3. So, have we answered the Riddle of Steel? No. I think this kind of game is kind of a platonic idea. It's not really supposed to be a game meant to be played, or that's not my way of. I think the thing with these is that it's a game meant to appeal to a very certain group with a very certain idea and a very certain. I think the issue with Riddle of Steel and some of its successors is that they want to try to mimic a very certain feeling, a very certain idea, and sometimes it comes at the cost of raw gameplay. And you get certain things when you're playing it where you're like, there's a reason the Riddle of Steel didn't become the next hot thing. That's, well, outside of him fucking selling it, it was immensely complicated. It was an immensely strange game, even though, generally speaking, it's not difficult to understand, it's just very different. Something very alien to a way that quote normal RPGs are played. And I think everyone's people want that ideal. They want every swing counts. But anytime I hear people talk about, even when I talk about Song of Swords, it's not usually about the grand campaign they're going on, it's about a cool fight they had. It's not really about the characters, it's about their weapon, and it's about how they chose to, play the game in a certain way. That does appeal to certain people it may not appeal to. That's the nature of the beast. Thus, the Riddle of Steel and its successors has been roughly answered. Let's go to Kickstarter and feel really sad about life. No, not up. Go. I won't. Ooh. 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 All right, let's play a game, everyone. It's going to be my favorite game in the whole wide world. Woo! Yeah, come on, deciding to just farm money with $1.2 million, even though they really do not need this money. Fun fact. They don't need this money. They are perfectly fine. Chronopunk, okay, looks like Chrono Rogue made it. Looks like, World Within made it. Alright, cool. Alright, looks like Spell Scorched made it. Looks like Deployment's making it. Underground may not make it, but they wanted a lot of money on that one. Unsurprising. Unsurprising. Yeah, some of these are like, oh yeah. So, let's get to it. We want to find explore games. Not just games. I want tabletop games. And I want this sorted by newest. STL, it's a 5e supplement. STL, it's a 5e supplement. STL, it's not a it's a fucking STL, cause all it is here. It's always an STL. Imperial Crusade. Oh, I wonder what this is based off of. I don't know. What could this possibly be? About magical tea, about brewing tea. Do you get it? It's tea. Because that's a 5e adventure. Yay. No one's ever going to use this. Okay, alright. Oh, that's... Uh-oh. Oh, no. See, now we're getting all the Christmas shit. Borg. Oh, cool. I sure do love the literal fucking Ponzi scheme going on. 10,000% funded. Awesome. He wants $5. He wants $5 fucking dollars. I'm gonna fucking kill you and your fucking family. I'm gonna fucking hack you to death with a machete, you fucking morgork thuck. I am a kind person, and I don't fucking hate people who do that. Genshin Imp... Oh. Ooh. Oh wow, look everyone. It's Cards Against Humanity again. Everyone laugh. We all love Cards Against Humanity. Because every game is better if it was just Cards Against Humanity, don't you know? Or Apples to Apples 2. Wow, this is... I'm noticing a lot of the Drakar Akademono stuff. I'm noticing a lot there. That's kind of interesting. I wonder if they opened the license up. Cyborg. That's ponies. Why are there stickers? Why? Why though? What? Why? But why? I'm fucking amazed this hasn't been fucking murked already. Wayfarer's Guide to Austera. New system set within a grim and bitter world. Oh, a new system, you say? Cyberpunk Noir. Oh. Played via Vincent Baker. That's okay. That's not that Vincent Baker. I'm like, Vincent, what are you doing? Yeah, Cryptozoic Entertainment. This is the one with Yeah, Adventure Time Card Wars 10th anniversary. There's actually a funny thing that happened because they actually changed the Adventure Time RPG to 5e instead of its weird yes and system. Which I get it. I get why they changed it. But really, let's see. Harley Quinn anime. Why? That's not tabletop games. That's just a fucking pinup statue. Give them their own. I still say give them their own fucking thing. But they never will because they can't. People just still put up that fucking here. Wow, look, it's only $150. Why? Why? Never. God. It's a lot of shit this. Oh, hey, look, Strange Squad. Strange Squad already came out. Evil Dead 2, the board game. Project Blackstar. One-shot dungeons. We've already kind of got some of these games at this point. $5e supplement. Yeah, we've already down here. Let's see. Cellophane. What's Cellophane about? Fairy Tale, 2 or more players take the role of mutant anthropomorphic character. Rebel warriors are made up of novice professional adventurers who find themselves involved in mysterious story led by another player, the Game Master. Marco's pencil and wacky ideas. Okay, show me what the game is. New fight mechanic. When you fight against a regular enemy, suffer damage. Like the many empty cells in your health sheet as damage you suffered. Fill the cells as you prefer. When you fight against the boss, you have to prepare a fighting deck. When the boss attacks you, you enter a number of cards indicated the boss sheet. You turn the number of cards indicated in the boss sheet and fill in the cells following the shapes on the sketch. If you blacken all the cells, you cannot fit the shape into the cell. The corresponding damage suffered, you lose. During adventures, you can decide to take breaks and heal yourself by replacing one sheet with a new one. Decide to take breaks and heal yourself, replacing the health sheet with a new one. Must count the empty cells remaining in the old sheet and blacken the same number of cells in the new health sheet as you prefer. Combat system still under development. I wonder fucking why. That's interesting. Here's the thing. It's interesting. I have no fucking idea how it would work. And you're asking a lot of money for this. Color. I am interested. I do not know how it will go. Like, looks like this guy just does, like, write and roll games? Yeah, looks like a lot of write and roll games. That's all he does. Robot rolling rights. Little print and play games. Like, that's... I get what he's trying to do. How he's doing it's a little weird. I mean, I'm interested. Someone's posting cringe. that what I think it is? Yeah, that's... give me 1 second. The people are posting cringe. And when people post cringe, I need to show them my, Someone's pinging me. Who's pinging me? Dave pinging me again. So, Eldar Knight 10th edition fan decks. I'm just literally going to send this over to one of my, let's send this to one of the people I know. Wayfarer's Guide to Austera. Okay, you're gonna make something cool. Core book, source book. Join us in making the art. What the fuck? Okay, it's a D100 system. Alright. D20 and D100. Oh my god. He's making a D2000 system. This is a man I can get behind. Yeah, so success factor, so... Oh... 21 playable races, 12 classes? Oh... Looks interesting. I'll give him that. Here's the thing, I give him credit for it being interesting. I am curious what the fuck it is, though. A lot of these $1 one-shots. Yeah, a lot of these $1 one-shots, and he's now deciding to make a D2000 system. A little odd, but... Color me curious. Yeah, this is Vincent. Vincent makes anime games. This is the thing you gotta remember. Vincent makes anime games. And because Vincent just makes anime games, they're all vaguely anime, and it's all very cringy sometimes. Bunny Malone dice. Nerdarchy. So, this AI art? I don't think it's AI art. Zoo Mafia. Get it? Rules and mechanics. 3d6, one's your ally, one's neutral, one's your enemy. Sum up the ally and neutral dice. Slap on the relevant stat. That's your score. C6, that's a boss result. Your arsenal basic moves. Nah! Oh, that's physically painful. Fucking like PBTA game, I guess. That's not a good start. Like, it's apocalypse. Strange Squad. We already looked at Strange Squad, I think. Yeah, we already looked at this. So let's do one last. Hey, that's my game. Did I miss the cringe notepad marching with the army of manly? Truly a terrible army to witness. Let's go to itch.io. Nothing bad happens on itch.io, right? Nothing bad at all. New and popular. Liminal horror investigations. He's trying to get the Morkborg audience, I see. Circle of Power. Venture forth. Yeah, maybe. This one can be Archelon Chronicles. Okay, honestly, I thought it said Wendigoon Workshop. I'm like, oh no, Wendigoon, what are you doing? Get out of this industry, please. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Nothing but misery as usual. So, Smash the System might be a fun one to look at. Oh God. Where are you seeing that one? Let me break my back. Apologies if I'm sounding terrible. Smash the System, a dice stacking RPG. Let's see. Where you play characters who sneak into the domain of corporate oligarchs. These rules. A stopwatch. Okay. Let's see. Smash's 7-page longs. 7 pages for $5 fucking dollars? Jesus fucking Christ, my brother. My brother in Christ. Absolutely fucking not. What else do you? Lumen. Wah, wah, wah. Don't hurt me this way. Don't hurt me. Don't do this to me. Brinkwood. Oh, they've done Brinkwood. They've worked on Brinkwood. They've done the Lumen game. That's definitely a thing that does exist. Super Poggerinos. Usually part of those bundle deals. Lumen. Talking about Lumen. Gil's doing some. Let's see. Is Gilla doing something relevant these days? Gilla's decided that he wants to make OSR now. The natural end state of all role-playing games. Yeah, and this is just what he wants to do. I've come to the conclusion that I'm just going to call my next game kind of like Kill or something. Just like one word, like a very simple word, because I don't think people can actually, I don't think people understand words more letters than that. It's usually part of those bundle deals. Yeah, but then I have to buy a bundle with 800 games, usually for something insane. Oh, goodness gracious. But yes, that is that. Thank you all for coming out. Been 5.5 hours. Thank you all. Godspeed. Good luck. Tomorrow we will probably stream again, and we will talk. It's going to be a fun stream tomorrow because it's going to be world building. In my world building, I mean, I am legitimately going to be like sitting here just hammering out lore shit. It's going to suck. Because I fucking hate writing lore. Thank you all for coming out. Godspeed, good luck. I will see you all another time. If you need me, you know where to find me.